Get off me, ghost. Still feels like there's like some pressure of something else's consciousness always pushed against my heart, like wind this way. So in order to speak, it's like I have to fight back against that wind. And I just did, and you saw the loud noise. I just made a post talking about how trauma lasts in the body, and that when you're abused and it feels like somebody had dominated you and destroyed your boundaries, it imprints. My abuser died. I felt like part of me, like part of the fractured part of me, the pressure was eased up. I no longer felt like that person was constantly like an invasive attachment, just constantly digging in and trying to take over me. I woke up feeling like that was gone, and I remember thinking, I don't know why I feel this way. I feel more free. And then I looked on my phone, and the first thing I saw was that a guy who had done that to me was dead. When abuse happens to people, like when somebody comes at them and dominates them, it feels like a gust of wind that's conscious is always trying to burrow its way in and completely control you. And when that person is still alive, there doesn't really seem to be a way out. It just keeps going and doesn't stop. And most people give up, and then they become those people. So I had a big realization today going back to like a lot of people in my life, and I realized that all the people that I thought were the worst people, it was revealed later that they had suffered extreme abuse and that they had become because they stopped fighting. And there was just no way to fix it. So I wanted to show, if you could go back to my videos, my face looked like this side of my face, it's more animated. When you look at my emotions and when I speak and all this stuff, the right side of my body usually was sunken, and but now it's up because I don't feel like there's a literal demon just keeping me as like a tiny spark of fire just trying to stay up alive. But then my left side still feels like there's all this stuff, and when I try to lean into it and fight back against it, it feels like it's a literal conscious thing. And I pay attention to what that conscious thing is, and I notice that that conscious thing, in my responses to that conscious thing, fighting it off, literally fighting it off spiritually. When I argue with people in Facebook comment sections, they respond exactly, predictably, as if it's this same thing. So that's more evidence to me that there is some type of enemy or devil. Because I literally am in a conscious war with it for years after trauma and abuse. And then I find that that thing, I'm almost talking to it when I go live, when I go to gas stations, when people come at me and attack me physically. Cops with big egos. But mainly when I scroll through comment sections on Facebook, that's all I see. So it seems to me there's more evidence than not that it's some type of systematic intelligence that burrows into people and then takes them over. Whether you could say that we created it, like maybe it's the internet. Maybe that's the internet, and then too many people have offered information into it that has turned it into that. You notice that when I focused and I channeled their good energy and then I put it out, all the crows are going off. Can you hear it? And then I felt it hit me and my whole body turned. Because usually I hold the focus and I don't let it affect me, but I'm trying to let it go. But that shit is real. And I think I want to say I'm grateful that it happened. But I think that I went through it so that I could gain this understanding of it, so I can find. And now you notice the birds. When I gain this understanding of it, I've learned ways to heal it. I've learned better. I've learned so many different levels of that and found solutions to fix those individual problems. I think I, and maybe we, if you have also experienced this stuff and are fighting every day to fix these things, I think that it's about sort of like you had chosen to undergo a hard mission to have this happen to you, the way that heroes of old in folklore and mythology, like Hercules or Jesus, had to descend into that evil place and fight through it and emerge back out victorious in order to become something that saved other people. I think that we were chosen for this. And I think that that's why the stuff that I record and the stuff that I speak about, it seems so out of the norm and unrealistic, even though we have evidence that it happened, it's true, but it seems so cartoonish because it is actually orchestrated to be that way. As if we are in a holographic simulation of some type, or the God's image, or an imagination, or what quantum physics has said is a literal holographic projection condensed inside of itself, generating reality around us that we are a part of and are co-creating inside, but bound to the will of the main creator who stages the sort of Hunger Games type of thematic changing environment, maybe just to judge our decisions and see how free will operates and all this stuff. I think those specific things that happen to us that seem so out of the norm and crazy are actual contracted, orchestrated events. And I think that that is what gang stalkers are attributing to government psyops and all this stuff, is that they can't say, because when I get to certain stuff, my phone just shuts off. I've tried to record videos. I recorded a video 11 times today talking about some really high level stuff, and also I think the emotion that what I was creating, I think it was too impactful and too influential, and it would have taken away a lot of distortion and conflict between me and my audience. So every time that I tried and I got to the point where I would get to the really important stuff, all of a sudden my phone crashes. A lot of times on live, when I feel a certain type of, like, I'll suddenly boost above 6 people or 10 people to about 25 people. Suddenly my phone reconnects and shuts off and won't let me until I get back to 0, and everyone in their ADHD brain is literally led away from me to something else. Regardless, I have a foundational teaching about how to get at least to the base level to gain control and actually get back yourself. And that is literally just going on walks, fasting, sunlight, probiotics, protein, rest, and getting away from your phone, turning it off, and leaving it in your car. I think with that, the only problem you have after that is the overwhelming responsibility that you are in charge of your own life and that you are not a victim of it. But you are, if that makes sense. Would you rather gain muscle or gain E? CC Running Wolf, beautiful hair, thanks man, I grew it myself. And I don't brush it. I like that I don't brush it. And I just wash it twice a week. I think it's cool that my hair's, it brightens down here. I don't know if that means it's dying or what. Oh, you good stuff. Thanks, man. I was just talking about how the spiritual stuff that I've learned, the knowledge and wisdom that I have now, reality, makes it almost impossible to live here on Earth without some type of influence battle where my peace triggers very sick people into coming at me to try to destroy my inner world, almost as if they have to come invade the castle and steal the loot. Why you have a house? I'm jealous. I live in a moldy, really bad camper that's 40 years old, and when it rains, water comes through the whole place. And 3 months ago, I was getting kicked out of every single town I went into violently, trespassed from everywhere. And they wouldn't let me get a gym membership anywhere or get a job. And then they would punish me for trying my best. How much did you pay for the camper? Monetarily, I've paid nothing, but I think I've done a lot in my life to deserve this. And I think it wasn't given to me until I literally couldn't go any further. I couldn't do another day of the life I was living. It was too hard. I went for 12 years trying. Have a shout out Pizza Sheet 00. Are you a YouTuber? Let's see how much subs you have. Channel activity. You have no subscribers. Why do you want a shout out, man? Breaking the Matrix. Hope your life gets better. I'm just trying to get $840 to get the owner off my back. And I told her if she had just given me the car originally as like, they said they wanted to help. Car's only worth $2,000. They had just given me the car, no strings attached. I don't really think that they thought that I was somebody that would just stiff them and that I would just not pay them. I don't think that's the conversations they were having. I don't think that they see me as that type of person. But if I had just gotten the car flat out, I would have been able to pay for the registration and insurance. Back then it was, I just need to get the car so I can get to Carmel, New York, where I was born, and then get into the town clerk and get my birth certificate so that I would have 2 forms of ID to get a job. And then when I finally got my 2 forms of ID and went to get jobs, it turns out that being homeless with trespassing charges, missing court, violations of conditions of release, and loitering, and then my mom has some type of severe mental illness. She can't leave her house. She's been in Section 8 for 20 years. She's too afraid to go outside. And it's made her very sick from all the internet that she consumes with her 24-hour-a-day screen time. Plus, who knows what else. Had lied to the cops when I left my hometown and told them I had a grenade and was trying to kill her. And then filed a restraining order after lying to the police. And then she would bait me by saying, I love you, let me pay for your insurance, come visit. I miss you, I want to be a mom again. And then whenever she felt like it, she would say, I want him violated, hurt him, please. He's going to kill us. And I am not somebody like that. So that's a felony. So I'm a felon. And she loves it. She relishes in it. She's so happy that she got me. She ruined my life. I'll never escape the bucket. So she doesn't have to feel jealous anymore. Instead, she can watch me suffer and keep pretending she's a victim. Because that's how she used to get out of when I wouldn't go to school. It's saying, he doesn't leave his bed, he just sits there and cries. I'm a victim of a sick kid who's a... So they wouldn't charge her for her truancy. And then that evolved into this. Because she learned she could get money from Grandpa. And that sympathy breeds heart react emojis on her posts. And that's the only social interaction she ever has. So it's become an addiction. Get off the internet, mate. This won't do any good. Until I get work, the only thing I can do is just go live and keep the channel growing and hope that in the future I'll be able to make my creative dreams come true. Until these dozens of contractors I've met and spoke to that said that when they get work, they'll call me back. Actually call me back. My only option is to continue growing the channel and try to help people. So I just go online and I meet you guys. And when you guys, it's just a place people vent about their life. And I talk to them. I also learned that turns out every culture in the world believes the same thing before Christianity, which is that it's spiritual, it's created, It's thematic. It's a holographic, condensed thing inside the infinite, and we're here to enjoy it, and we all have roles and we do things. And in that creator's image of how this system was created, there are things that happen that they tried to identify in different cultures. And when you look at the common denominator between those cultures, you can find the same things, such as the astrology believes that Sagittarius is ruled by Jupiter in the most powerful and wisest sign that embodies the spiritual child with the wisdom of many lifetimes, that connects the heavens and the earth, man and nature. And the Celts, who were all like 4,000 miles away and never had any contact supposedly with each other, you know, how hard was it to get up into the mountains of India? Probably pretty hard for an Irish person over in Ireland. But they believed that the Irish, in wintertime, in December, people born under that were the elder tree, the thing that connects the man and nature, the heavens and the earth, the wisest sign. You can find evidence that there was the belief across the world in their placements that people were created in sort of a system, that their infinite soul had roles attached to them in their character creation, such as we're all playing Black Ops 2, but some people play as this type of class and some people play as this type of class. Did the vape come from that tree too? This vape was buried in my sleeping bag, and I bought it months ago, and I didn't realize it was still in my sleeping bag until I dug it out of my laundry. And then I was like, what is this? And it was a vape. So I also do life path readings. And people can tell you that it's scary accurate. It's not pandering. It's not bullshit. You were created. Whether you created yourself when you played the Earth game, or you were literally created, the undisputable proof is that your name reflects your sun sign and your life path, which are 3 different systems. Because God meets you where you're at, and this is where we are at in the world, where we have access to all the different theosophies of every culture in the world. My name is Casey. My name is Casey. It means brave, but it stems from Kehasa, which means vigilant, always aware. So bravery, vigilance is awareness that you can't interfere with. You're always aware. That sort of remaining stagnant power. And before that, in Africa, it was acacia, the tree of life, that's incorruptible, that produces DMT, that connects the heavens to the people. And I'm a Sagittarius, born in the 11th. The 11th is the gateway to all dimensions. The receiver. 33 life path. Sagittarius is ruled by Jupiter. And my name means my sun sign and my day of my numerology. My last name means exalted in power on a hill. I'm an Aquarius moon in the 10th house. And I'm a 33 life path. O'Brien means exalted in power on a hill. And I live in a camper on a mountaintop. And I've always lived on mountaintops my whole life. Until I go down and have to do my day job, whatever I do, which is driving around on an adventure, helping people who are stuck in darkness and having to manage their resources. That's Sagittarius in the 8th house. My name, my astrology, and my numerology, and my Bazi mean the exact same thing because all those cultures were tapping into the same understanding of life. It's not different theosophies, it's different people uncovering the same thing. So, if you want to post your birthdays, your full birthdays, I can do some readings. You escaped a mental facility 2 months ago. They gave me all these fake diagnoses and said I was a danger to people. They drugged me. But I got out. I don't know who else to talk to. Well, a lot of Masonic institutions. The people that invented those diagnoses were doing black magic, and the people who wrote the books about schizophrenia and bipolar and all this stuff, at the same time they were releasing hidden to their Masonic lodges books about demons and black magic and all this stuff, and they couldn't tell that to the public because they didn't want to expose themselves. You could find that all of the people that were inventing psychology were also inventing demonology and had very heavy spiritual beliefs that they couldn't say there yet. Now they take advantage of that by trying to manipulate you into destroying yourself. Yes, there is help available at hospitals, but also you have to understand that the foundation of those hospitals is based on an ancient religion. Every city has architecture that's based around occult symbolism and functionality with spirit as if it was a science, where they can actually control and harvest your creativity and your emotional energy through your connections and relationship, as if we are all a plant in a garden that our fruits can be harvested. So if you start doing too much to their system, they will try to shut it down. They being probably the same things that built, they said that Solomon the Wise built a temple by harnessing the power of the jinn or the genies that became demons. And in that they had a technology where they could harvest spiritual energy in the Well of Souls. And the Knights Templar went in there, dug in, and found it. And then whatever they learned, they stopped being Christian and they became Freemasons. The Freemasons came from technology found under Solomon's temple. Facebook is the Tubal Cain. Gmail is the apron that they use. Gatorade is the G in the orange background. If A is 1, B is 2, C is 3, that's the foundation of the system of the English language. Orange goes out to 33, which is in capital G is 33. That's why Gatorade is the capital G with the orange in the background. And that's why Mike Tyson showed his bare ass to the world before he walked to go get beat up by Jake Paul with the Gatorade logos all around them. It was because it was a ritual using your children's eyes. So post your birthdays, man. I'll do a reading for you for free. They're looking for you now. Aries is here. January 27th, 1987. You're born on a 9-day. 9 days. People say they're the wisest and that they're humanitarians and all this. They say it's also kind of Sagittarius energy, but I just see it as a bright, optimistic, golden light inside of you. And it's youthful. I haven't been able to fully distinguish whether it's because it's your first time on Earth, which is what a lot of people say, it's your first time here. So that youthful energy that's always attacked is because you're seen as an invasive thing to what's been going on for a long time. So that energy you came in with, you see that it's wrong, so you strive to make it better. That's Sagittarius, Jesus, Zeus, all that stuff. The original Zeus, not the tyrant on the mountaintop. But I start fundamentally, like I know for sure it's a youthful energy that's optimistic and hopeful for the future, and that it often makes people target you and try to destroy that light in you, but then you alchemize it, so you bring it back up and you're always trying to fight for this golden light inside as you do day to day. You are a Aquarius, so that is twice as heightened, so the feeling of needing to be up here so that you can make the bad go away as a purpose is because Aquarius is like the epicenter of an earthquake or a hurricane. It's like that fire, water, air together, that powerful righteousness that makes you do that. And the only way that you can really feel comfortable in the world is if you can get yourself into a position that naturally makes all of that around you go away and push it away. So usually you turn into something. You have to become something. J. Cole is not celebrated for being the best rapper. He's celebrated for taking the collective, because Aquarius is unity, taking the collective of a large amount of people and giving them hope that they can do it too. 1987, I don't know, he's a fire tiger. That adds aggression to it. It makes your life feel more like a fight, and you get a lot more motivation when you feel like you're in competition. So it would assume that your life experience would be a lot of narratives, a lot of stuff going on that you feel you have to push away and make stop. And the better you are at doing that, the better you feel. If you can destroy something you feel is a false narrative, that it motivates you and it gives you this feeling of power in the darkness a little bit, competent fighter energy, but ultimately it's just rising so you can be allowed to feel like a kid with all the bad gone. 127, that's 28, 29, 38, 46, 55. You're a one life path. So let's double check. 7 and 8 is 15. 15 and 9 is 24. 24 and 1 is 25. 25 and 1 is 26. 26 and 7 is 34. Wait. 26 and 7 is 33. 36. I gotta do it 4 times, man. 9, 10, 11, 20. I don't know where I was at the first. I think I just kept 27. Yeah, I did 28. That's why I went wrong. Okay. 9, 10, 11, 20, 28, 35. You're an 8. You're an 8 life path. So it is multiple lifetimes and you've mastered many things. If you do a lot of different stuff, you'll find what you're naturally good at. And you're here to karmically. So all the stuff that people have been through in their life, the things that they sort of need justice for, the things that they need healing for, the things that they need money for, the things that they need money taken from them for, karma itself, when they're pushing at things and they need the rubber band to smack back in their face, or people have pushed into them and they need the rubber band to smack back in the other person's face, you will find that without trying, the things that you've mastered in many lifetimes will be that catalyst for those things to happen around you. How that usually comes through is your sun sign in your day. So as an Aquarius 9, you are embodying a child that bursts through all the bad, trying to fight against these bad narratives. A good example is Alex Jones is an 11. So an 11 deals with the collective consciousness and works with all of the different dimensions to make this big change happen. And how that big change happens is your sun sign. So Alex Jones, he made InfoWars. He became Alex Jones, AJ. J is 10, A is 1, so it's 11. 1 and 1. And this is all the bad shit that's happening. This is all the bad shit that's happening. This is happening over here. This is happening over here. There's demons and aliens and all this crap. Because he's literally in another realm receiving information from all this stuff and has to work with many different sources to expose the false narrative and righteously destroy it by spreading the truth. That's Aquarius. Joe Rogan's an 11. Joe, I don't know what R is. If R adds up to 10, that'd be pretty cool if it's the 19th letter, but I'm not, I think S might be, I'm not totally sure. But Joe Rogan's an 11. Joe does start with 10. The 1. And he's a Leo, so he sits in one place and has tons of things orbiting him, and he's too egotistic and always worried about spreading his influence, way too egocentric to actually gain the information that he needs for what he does. So he lives trying to uncover stuff but never gets it because he can't let go of himself. Aiden Ross is a Libra 11. So he's balancing between opposing narratives and forces and information and energy. He's always kind of being this stagnant figure that creates a balance. It's not justice, the justice scales. It's keeping the balance between everything together. It's a median point that allows things to express themselves. So he blew up because he made a stream where he would have hood gangsters come in and then talk to a bunch of suburban wimps and have the dichotomy there. And he was the foundation for Kai Cenat to take off, who is a Sagittarius named KC. Where'd Caillou go? Where'd all these messages go? Virgo 11 here, non-vapor, would vaping help me? Virgo 11, you just need to take more risks in your life and understand that you're allowed to let things go. You're a sentimental person that feels a lot of shit for people. You often feel too big for your own body. You've meticulously crafted yourself in a way that feels rigid and strong, that allows you to do things like hold a job and get a nice car and do things that are relatively harder for other people, seemingly because they live in all this chaos. But your stern focus and mastery over the tools that you've been given allows you to function pretty well. And you have this sweet yellowish sentimental care that's trapped in this big expansive gray. I vape when I go live. I don't vape much when the live stream's off. You had a feral folk. You had a Sagittarius friend who was born sometime between probably around early December, and he motivated you to be more free. And eventually, you saw that person burn out, whether it's a girl or a guy. You saw that person burn out, but they taught you how to be more free in your own life, and then you feel like you should take care of them, because they adventured too hard and they burned themselves out. But ultimately, that Sagittarius person, who's probably an older brother to you, or older sister, depending on your whatever, an older sibling type role in your life, eventually you'll find that that person got with a cancer. They're around a cancer. Holy shit, he died. Yeah, because there's a creator that created systems that influence the orchestration of our reality, and we are an infinite being inside of that, having a human experience. So there are canon events that need to take place for the role you had on Earth. I'm a Sag. I burn out all the time, and I have to stay here, and I can't fit. I'm trying to figure out the way to go, and I can't figure it out. But when I do, I'm like, every day I gotta go do this. I gotta go do this. I gotta go do this. I can't sit in a grocery store and work at a register anymore, but I can get up and. If you told me that I would get $100,000 to run across the country, I'd get up every day and run. But there's a bigger mission for M11. The problem that you're going to have, feral folk, is that whatever your role is, it deals with a massive amount of people. People born in the 11th deal with massive amounts of people if they do their role correctly. That's what you're here for. You're here to be some type of podcaster. Learn how to do calisthenics over smoking. I have a pull-up bar down there I'm waiting to do. I'm trying to get car payment first. Then I have a gym I'm trying to bring here. I can go to the gym sometimes when I get donations. Sometimes I can afford a gym membership for the month, and I can drive the 30 miles to the nearest gym, and I go to the gym. Like, I'm going to try to go tonight because Demon Hunter sent me $10. So I have enough for me to fill up my lawnmower so that I can start mowing more of the lawn and clear up some of that brush. I'm going to try to make it to the gym. And I only really vape on live streams. I don't vape I think I vape like, let's say 20 puffs a day off the live stream. But when I go live, I'm doing these readings, I vape. Virgo 11, you need to make, I don't know if you need to make content, but man, you'd be good in a podcast for sure. 11s are natural podcasters no matter what, because it helps them channel the chaos that they're experiencing as feeling the entire collective consciousness and all the different realities. You struggle with invasive thoughts because you do have stern boundaries that can make good decisions, but you have to understand that a lot of your thoughts are, and your inspiration is coming from somewhere else. Donald Trump is Jesus. No, Donald Trump that's not even his name. He's an actor. Nikola Tesla was a Satanist that would do satanic rituals in public, get inspired by a demonic entity, and then he would sprint into his workshop, and he would invent these things. His neighbor was a 33rd degree Mason who wrote the book Barron Trump, the Last President, about a time traveler named Barron Trump who learned from his mentor Donald and was warning people about the last president who's going to piss the world off and was killed in his castle on Fifth Avenue. And then about 60 years later, Donald Trump puts Trump Tower on Fifth Avenue. You have a question? Serious, please? Sure. I do have my ways to donate in my bio. Trump is handsome, strong. Trump is like 80 years old, man. He's just a plan. He gets all of his information from his organization. He's an actor. He's playing a role that was created by Freemasons or warned about. Like you could say at the very best, Donald Trump is a canon event where the world can go in two different directions. Either Donald Trump, the ruler of the world, defeat. Trump means defeat, and Donald means ruler of the world. Either Donald Trump, either the ruler of the world defeats, or the ruler of the world is defeated. So it's kind of cool. And he's a Gemini. So I think he's more just about the chaos, about the ruler of the world being defeated. He's a Gemini dog. He's a loyal, but very selfish, but socially charismatic little kid. It's a little energy. A Gemini dog is a little energy here that just wants to have fun. With a name like Donald Trump, he's a 5 life path also, or 5 energy, which means constant change, which allows the Gemini energy to move. But the name Donald Trump means the ruler of the world defeat, or to win. So it's sort of like it could go either way, but I think it's more about the air, the information around him. Well, he's trying to be a little sentimental guy, and Gemini has that evil twin. Around him is that chaos about the outcome of the ruler of the world, whether he'll be defeated or he wins. Just off his name and energy, and you can see his life completely reflects around a chaotic, constant change of information, revolving around the ruler of the world being defeated or winning. Wow, 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 just constant chaos. And as the 5 energy, he manages that into creativity with playfulness. So he's a comedian, funny, in the chaos and constant change of whether he will be defeated or defeats, or whether he chooses to figure out who is the real ruler of the world and defeat him or be defeated. Because it's not like when you it's very simple. Our stories are very simple. Casey Francis O'Brien is the tree that grows in the worst conditions, that no matter how many times you cut it down, it grows back pure. O'Brien is exalted on a hill with power. Sagittarius in the 8th house, Aquarius in the 10th house. 10th house is Capricorn, power. Aquarius moons are big expanses. 11, 33, divine child, all this. It means the same thing. It would mean a traveling person suffering and persevering to save the world. But resting in power, free, on a hill somewhere. And what am I doing? I'm on a camper on a mountaintop after I was just homeless for 12 years. And I'm working towards solutions to save people. And I have to fight people that come at me every day to cut me down. And when they do, I have to get back up and righteously persevere. You can find your whole life purpose right there in your birth. Which is more evidence for me that targeted individuals are real. To an extent. Like if somebody came to me and said that they were gang stalked, I would have to do their life path and find their full name. And I'd tell you whether, why that's happening to you. So who wants a life path reading? If I go to church to find a Jesus mommy, will I go to hell? Like I go to find a hottie wife, but what if it don't work out and I find another hottie Jesus mommy? I mean, if you go to church, Monty 29, 8, 11, 8, Monty is 13, so 1, 3, 11, 8. If you go to church to find a Jesus mommy, will you go to hell? I've found that when I'm living my life correctly and I'm pushing my limits and I'm becoming a better version of myself, I'm rewarded with women that are better than I could imagine. And that we fit very perfectly for the time being. And then things change and we have to move on to other stuff, or we stay together. I don't think you need to go to church to find a Jesus mommy. I think you just need to be a better version of yourself, and then they'll come to you. at random. You'll just be like in a gas station, and all of a sudden, you'll accidentally strike up a conversation with somebody that you wouldn't expect to talk to, and then suddenly, you're having one of the best relationships you've ever had in your life. But it takes the be in an independent state of fun in life, like enjoyment of life, and living it every day independently, so that you don't need the thing that you're searching for. If you need a Jesus mommy, you will suffer. If you don't need a Jesus mommy, and you're excited to maybe find something at some point, you'll find that the best possible outcome usually happens as long as you stay consistent and stay a good person. You're just lonely. Yeah, you need to stop. Like, I'm lonely too, bro. But when I'm lonely and I'm looking for somebody, it never works out. But as soon as I'm happy being alone, they're all over the place, throwing themselves at me usually, because all they deal with on a daily basis are the sickest people you've ever imagined, throwing themselves at them. So just to have somebody that doesn't need anything from them, doesn't expect anything of them, and you're just having fun on your own. Attractive people are trapped in constant waves of sexual abuse. What's all that movement down there? It's an ant that's cleaning up for me. I killed its queen because flying, or it kept queen ants keep flying in here because I used to put nectar out for them when a bunch of bugs get in here and they crawl up through like the holes in the camper or through the roof and shit, and there's like ticks and spiders and everything. I just leave something like this, and I'll leave it there for like 3 days and let the ants drink all of it up. And then I move it around the place so that ants have to find different pathing. And when they find their different pathing, they have shit in the way that's bothering them, like spiders and ticks and all this stuff. And ants are the strongest bug around. Nothing beats the ants, man. Ants are taking out bees and shit. So if you and ants don't bother me, they don't bite me. Yeah, I'll feel like movement, but I'd rather an ant be on my leg than a tick. So I had an army of ants that come in every day to see if I've left them any food, and on the way they take out a bunch of stuff. But their queen moved, and I had to kill the queen. So I was like, "What's all that movement down there?" It was the ants carrying their queen away. Sorry, man. A woman, a man, nice name. Naomi, nice. When you the Virgo 11, if you just let things go, you'll find that you have a higher bandwidth of more beautiful energy to work with, and then you will, if you just take those risks and let it go for a while and go on periods of adventure, you will come back to what you like to do and what you're more comfortable with a better focus and a more powerful creativity. Oh, ants build pyramids every day. I don't know, man. Should I start internet grifting and begging people for my car payments? I owe 840 on the car, and then I can register and insure it and do Walmart Spark delivery. Hopefully, if there's not something that comes up where they have to do a background check and give me that bullshit. But either way, if the car's paid off, it's a big thorn out of my back. So I'm trying to figure that out. I'm waiting on contractors to get back to me about work, and they're not. And then a pastor at a church said he might reach out to people who owe him money, but it's a big if. And the insurance runs out tomorrow. So the owner said, I'm not comfortable with a car in my name being driven around without insurance. So I'm probably fucked. But I tried, man. There's a stack of papers that say you're not eligible because of the background check. And it really wasn't my fault. It is because I shouldn't have answered my mom's texts. I shouldn't have made an effort to build a relationship with my sick mother who was trying to build a relationship. That's what ruined my life. So I don't know what to do. I'm thinking of building wagons for homeless people that fold out to look like a red barn with wheels and handles like a rickshaw, and then it all folds in on itself. Roof folds in, walls fold in, floor folds in, wheels have a linchpin to fold inside the folded floor, and then you can carry it like a suitcase or extend it out to be a tiny home, and then you can carry all your stuff around and then distributing that to homeless people and getting nonprofit grants. I'm also thinking about a clothing company called Kingdom Clothes where I have a bunch of designs and scripture to put onto the back so that in New England nobody wears that shit, but in the South everybody wears that shit. So I was going to start up something here and in the South, but that requires an embroidery machine, a sewing machine, or at least a contract with people who have access to those things and a computer to make the designs, and I don't have those. So I'm SOL there too. So I'm looking at contract work and people that need help on rental properties, mowing lawns and building gardens and shit. People that need someone to haul a bunch of heavy shit around. And they said, at some point we'll call you back. Then I just wanted to make music because I have hundreds of songs floating around me, and I just wanted to make them. And there's a autistic musician who lives homeless outside of the church he goes to. They built him a place to live because he's so talented at music that people from across the world come visit him. But he has like an anime villain autistic ego, and he won't even though I played him my song and I got a standing ovation from a internationally recognized older Christian artist. And he was like, that's one of the best songs I've heard ever. I played him Hawaii, but I played him the version you guys haven't heard yet because I'm saving it. I don't play the whole thing. And he said it's one of the best songs I've ever heard in my life, and I'm going to read about you one day. And I looked at the guy, and he just walked away. And he won't talk to me. So I'm like, I could go in and demand that he work with me because I know he doesn't do anything at all. He's homeless and doesn't have a job. He makes money recording people. Like he made $500 in 2 days recording an EP for that artist who only came down because they've known each other for a long time. He doesn't have a professional studio. He has like studio monitors and he's got a CD burning kit and he's very talented at piano and singing. Not really I mean, he can hit the notes, but I wouldn't say his voice is like, he can hit the notes. He's autistic. Really autistic, like meltdown autistic. But he's cool. I just wish that he wasn't so vicious when he talks to me. And Christians, for people that serve a guy who says don't have an ego at all and just help people to help people, they really don't help anyone, and they have pretty huge egos. It's kind of weird. Like the people who boast about having money the most are Christians. The people I've seen that are the most judgmental are Christians. So I was like, is it a secret? Are you guys fake? What's going on with that? Why do you base your life around a book who tells you to behave the exact opposite way you're behaving? What's the secret there? What am I not seeing there? What am I missing? I'm autistic. I can't tell why you behave completely the literal contrast to what you've based your life around. I don't get it. It feels like a secret, like they're pretending for power, and it's all about portraying something that you're not, like you're lying to me. I don't fully understand how you follow your king who tells you to act a certain way for eternal life, and you literally do the exact opposite all day. What am I missing here? What's the secret? I'm thinking that it's that they believe that no matter what they do in life, Jesus is a reminder that they have a get out of jail free card. So they're doing terrible shit and they're constantly refreshing themselves to wash away their guilt. And in that, they found that that system is rewarding to them and has trained them over time and devolved them into those things. That's what I think. I think that they've gotten into an addiction like this, where they do the bad, feel the guilt, get refreshed. They can't feel that refreshing feeling every Sunday if they're not converted every week. When they go in full of bad and get the sheep get fed with the living water, and because of the bad, that feeling is better. So they're doing sort of a satanic sacrifice of themselves. I asked her today. She didn't answer me. I know they watch. I wish they didn't know about this. Because it's not me. It's what's easy to say. I don't put a lot of effort into what I say on the internet. I just spout it off and just stream of consciousness. Because I don't have the ability to edit my videos yet. And it was just a means for me to make music. I do the channel because I'm just hoping at some point I'll get to a position where I can actually do what I want to do. So I talk shit online until I get there. To me, it doesn't seem like a big deal. I also understand that if I was in her shoes, I would be hesitant as well. And there's no guarantee that Walmart Spark will even take me. But at the very least, if she did sign it over to me, because what's the alternative? She wants the car back. Sorry, some piece of crap in Randolph kicked the shit out of it. People in Long Lake keyed the fuck out of it, and then a woman crashed into my car and scratched it while I was leaving the laundromat after shoveling for them. I pulled out like this, and then she reversed into the back. And I was panicking because I'm like, I don't have insurance. And then she was like, I don't have insurance. Don't worry about it. It's all good. So she would be getting a car that's in worse condition than she got it if she really wants it for that 840 I owe. To me, 840 is a lot, but to people with a job, that's a week and a half of work. If I could just get a job, I tried FedEx. I went and got the birth certificate. I went all the way out to Tupper Lake. And I'm just waiting on people to give me work. I helped build the deck and made 40 bucks. And then I got here and the people freaked out at me. I had to spend the deck money buying framing so I could build the Shelter Logic frame so that in case it rained, everything would be covered, because I thought that would be a way to make them feel better about me being here, so I panicked. And then phone service and gym membership. And then if I go on Marketplace and I see that somebody's giving away $1,000 worth of pavers for free, it's just cost me $20 to get there and I have to take 5 trips. I'll spend $100 to get $1,000 worth of pavers for the people that own this place. And then I went to go get a hand tiller for $5, and I saw all this stone. Like I saw $3,000 worth of stone right there. So I said, "Would you give me $100 for it, just to see if they say yes?" And they're like, "Sure. We're moving and we can't do anything with it." So far, I've profited in resources. Let's say I spent 300 over the course of 3 months, and I made in rocks, cinder blocks, and cement stuff and pavers probably around $3,000. So I 10x'd what I had. But if didn't do that, I would have had 300 to spare, and I could have sent her $300. But in my head, I was like, once they see all this stuff and they see what I can do with it, they'll ease off me here, and I'll feel the spiritual attacks less, and I might have more opportunities, or they might see me more as independent and more grateful for having me, and it might open up an opportunity for them to allow me to work with them in their carpentry, or they could potentially, because they brag about how wealthy they are, maybe if they could recognize me for who I really am, they would help me, you know. What about painting? You can get a lot for that. I just don't have the resource. I don't have the stuff. I don't have the stuff, and I don't know anybody. I was gonna practice painting on this camper to see, because everything I know is just YouTube. Like, I would just be doing YouTube tutorials to learn this stuff. I smell really bad. I gotta go to the gym tonight. Kiro the femboy. Do you live in a city? I don't think I've ever met a femboy who doesn't live in a city. Stuff is cheap. Paint, just a painting brush, and then the wedge thing. I've done some painting before. I'm worried in small towns. I guess I'd have to be really transparent and tell them, you know, this is my first thing. I'm not going to charge you pretty much anything until it's over. And then we judge how the finished product is when I'm finished with it. And then I'd use you as a reference, and then they would pay me more because of what I've learned from working for you for free. Right now I'm trying to get the brush cutter to get all this brush out right here, and then, or maybe just to here, and then mow the lawn here, and then shovel a bunch of dirt from over there into the wagon, bring the wagon over, and start filling in dirt over this whole thing to level it out, and then build a sneaky secret retaining wall right there. 'Cause these aren't rocks, these are, I mean, some of them are rocks. Little bits of slate and stuff. I feel like once that's flattened out, it'll feel a lot cooler up here. It'll feel a lot more put together, I think. But really, it'll feel a lot more put together once this is out, and then I've dug into that there, and then I put stone flooring with maybe the cinder blocks. So I want, when you walk into this place from that hillside there, when you walk up, I want it to feel like your mind is sort of led open a little bit. So when you get to the top of the mountain here, your mind sort of expands. Which is the general consensus of the one nice guy that comes up here that also kind of works on the property and knows the owner, is that he said if it was up to him, there would be nothing up there, and I kind of agree with that. But I also think that inside that nothing up here, there should be some structured pathways, because they call it the garden. The grass is growing back after I mowed it. They call it the garden because they've just thrown a bunch of random flowers and let them grow for the past 5 years. See? So I'm going to have to spend some of whatever I make on YouTube to buying a bunch of flowers, a bunch of different types of flowers. And then I'm going to have to replant the flowers in here so that it looks more nice, because I know they're not very happy. They're going to get over it. It's a molehill. It's not permanent. The flowers will grow back next year, but because I had to drive the car up a lot. The rain, because I had started driving in before the grass grew. If I had waited until right now to do it, this sort of patches wouldn't be here because there would be grass. But because I went before the grass had a chance to grow, when the ground was wet from the snow melting, then it sort of became this. But that's not going to last forever. That's just, I could probably fix it with the hand tiller, and I could put a new type of grass in, like a short grass. And then in the short grass that doesn't grow very tall, I could also be mixing in wildflowers. You have Hershey squirts from Bad Tacos, pray for me. I'm lactose intolerant, and there's a deal where Ben & Jerry's, which are usually $8 up here, were $2.50. So I've had like 3 pints of Ben & Jerry's, a pint a day, and I'm lactose intolerant, man. Muting so I can piss. I think it's cool that all my albums start with S, and I keep winding up in places that start with S. Here, should I, to the people watching that I haven't accidentally muted, I can't find Matthias's YouTube. I think one of us, either me or Demon Hunter, accidentally hid Matthias's channel, probably trying to hide somebody else's. And I just need to find his channel. Matthias, if you're watching, just send me a message with on Venmo with the, like, you don't even have to send me money. You can reply to there's a message thread in the Venmo. You can just send a link to your YouTube channel and I can unhide you. I like these white flowers, but I just asked the universe if I should take the flowers out to work on the retaining wall here. And the bird just, I mean, you saw it, right to left, right in front of us. And then this is where the dragonflies rest. Dragonflies have turned this into like a club where they mate. These pallets are a fucking dragonfly whorehouse. They're all over each other here all day. But I'm happy because it means I'm not swarmed by mosquitoes. They've eaten all the mosquitoes. But yeah, I'm trying to get all these prickers out. And I don't know, I'm gonna have to find, like, I might plant rose bushes. If I can take all these prickers out, push it back, and then plant like 8 rose bushes here, 8 rose bushes here, cherry blossom tree right there, cherry blossom tree right there. And I need pergolas and trellises, and I'm trying to make this into a nice garden. So there would be a pathway that goes here, and the ground would actually be like we would be letting it overgrow. And then there would be a pathway that goes over here, and there's a little seating area right here with a water fountain coming from the pump that's constantly going. Yeah, I've muted people on accident before in the past, and I haven't seen Matthias comment in a long time, so I'm assuming that he got hidden. And then over here, chainsaw, chop all this up, see what's back there, because it looks like a steep hillside. There's a lot of ticks. Now that I know that ticks attach to you because they go to the top of the thing and they hold all their legs out, and then the static electricity from your pants literally pull them onto you. I don't go nearly as far as I used to, because I thought ticks were like just you pass them on accident. So like I just brush against this thing right there and a tick happened to be on it. Ticks actually are just like on these things, and then when you walk by, they literally electrostatic womp womp. But you see, that's a pretty steep hillside. There's not much you can do with it, and you can't really even see it because it overgrows. And somebody did say that he would bring an excavator up here if I wanted, but I don't really have a computer to do like a 3D design of what I'm trying to do to show him. But these trees need to go anyway because they're going to fall and kill somebody eventually. Like if that tree fell this way, it would just barely miss the camper. If that tree fell, it would crush the car. If you're sitting out here trying to pray, and then suddenly a gust of wind hits, the old people that would come up here, they're not getting away from the tree. The other trees, like there's a big tree down there that's dead that the owner doesn't want removed. That's not going to kill anybody if it falls. But there's a good chance these ones will. And it already has fallen. One of them. As much as I like them. But at the very least, I'd like to clear that out. And it looks like nature's already kind of suggesting what it likes. Like my plan for it would be replacing that wood right there with some type of statue or fountain, and then excavating the hillside right there, building a nice retaining wall with a stream that comes down. So we go up with a hoe and we funnel a trench that leads down instead of whatever way it's already doing, because it comes down in pools in a place that they don't like it pooling. So I would try to control the water to get back to the pond that accidentally formed. I wonder if you would go to school and learn a trade or something that the government would pay for and give you some grant money. I would just do truck driving school. If I wouldn't do that, I'd just go to a CDL school. Have a studio in the back of the cab. And then drive all day singing and making music in my head. But that was a dream when I was 22. And now I'm 26. So now I'm like, maybe I need to get, maybe if I just had 100K in my pocket, I could take over a business of somebody that's old and has no heirs. And I could run the business for them, have steady passive income, and not have to really do much for their crew of people they've already hired that are doing it. But they can trust me and can't trust them or something. You know, like being unfair to the workers, but paying them well. I could do that. I can manage things. I know it doesn't look like it, but I'm actually pretty good at managing things. I'm good at managing other people's things. I'm pretty bad at doing anything myself. I work hard, but with stuff like this, I know I could take all that apart and rebuild it nice over there. But in my mind, I'm like, if I keep thinking about it, eventually I'll get an idea that would be a better way to do it, and I would save time. But it's going to storm tonight, it's going to rain tomorrow, and then tomorrow after the rain. Once the rain is gone, then I'm taking the, I put 15 in my car so I can go to the gym tonight. Then, but I don't want to be a truck driver, man. I want to go to Streamer University and tell Cinna that she looks like a fish. But instead I'm putting I finally found a place that has ethanol-free premium, so I can put that in my lawnmower, so that I can start to work on that, clearing out that section over there, brush cutting that, and then filling dirt in over it, laying a fine fescue or a different type of grass, and then building a platform here, a seating platform that I'll put my bench press on, and then setting up the Shelter Logic tent with the tarp down there, my pull-up and dip station, and then getting a mosquito net so they stop bothering me, and then I can work out every day. Eavesdrops on the surface of the land to funnel it to a pool that won't evaporate it fast. Yeah. The first thing I need to do is make sure that nobody gets any bad feelings when they come up here, which means the camper has to look nice. Everything needs to look cool. All this stuff needs to be organized on the side in a way that feels inviting and they get excited for how it looks. Not a shed that has a door that's broken. So that when they come up here, everything's cool, and then kind of leave me alone for a week. And then after that week, everything's clean in the camper. Then I can start to actually get the binder out and start designing things. So I walk around like this to attract all the mosquitoes, and then I go into the camper, and then I notice that birds and other bugs come eat the mosquitoes, and then nature feels like it's more satiated, and I don't feel an overwhelming hunger of the forest saying, "Feed me, please." Do you hear that snake? Those gardener snakes move really fast. That shit took off. Smells like mold in here. Look at that black mold that formed. That formed like just in the past 2 days. Leaking from there. This shit is a mess, dude. I got too much stuff. I got to get rid of most of it, actually. I haven't had ticks crawl up here since I weed whacked and let the ants hang out. What? I think that's a message from the universe. You just found out the mayor is going to put an RV park at the bottom of the hill across my road. I've been telling you to put an RV park there for a long time. And the mayor is your cousin. That's fucking cool. I didn't say it to you. I said it for everybody watching. Is this view better? You're like, dang, Casey thought of that first. Michael Jackson, whenever he got inspired, he would stop everything and sprint into the studio because he said if he didn't, Prince would make the song because they were both connected to the same source of information. So I couldn't get you guys to make that happen, so it seems like whatever was inspiring me to tell you to do that inspired your network to make it happen. Or maybe I planted a seed that grew. I don't know. RV park there solves your homelessness issue and your need to help homeless people because it gives them opportunity. I don't necessarily see a use for it other than putting a pool in. Maybe I was supposed to move down there and be the tree and start growing into the community, revamping everything, making, it did seem like a canvas, a creative canvas where I could have that control group to give everybody solar panels and build walls around the place and build a rec center with a pool in the middle and a free gym. Archery range, horse stable on the far end there, so that the horses can go through all those trails or up Nino Place. Should I do it this year? Part of my left arm. Not this year. At all? I don't know. It helps his restaurant out. It's the only restaurant in town. That makes me think that you should get a food truck. And I'll teach you how to make my sunrise burritos. It's just chicken with pineapple, chili pepper, cumin, thyme, salt, pepper, simmered in pineapple sauce. Just a little bit of pineapple sauce and olive oil. Then mozzarella cheese, cilantro, sour cream spread on the tortilla. So sour cream, a little bit of cilantro, mozzarella cheese. And then you butter the fuck out of the pan, and then once the burrito's folded nicely, you put the burrito on both sides and press it down. And then you have a beef barbacoa option. With shredded beef and nacho cheese and rice. Maybe even bacon bits. There needs to be a crunch factor in the barbacoa. Maybe not. You need to have some type of optional crunch. Like making your own Doritos, but instead of triangles, it's just like a sheet that you lay over the bottom before you put the meat and rice and sauce in. So when you bite down on the bottom there's a crunch. Sunrise Crunch Wrap. Yeah, the burrito I made on Mother's Day. I'd do that, and then I would do sun-dried tomato, eggs, cheddar cheese. Salt. And then some type of contrasting flavor with the chicken. Nacho cheese Dorito chicken. I used to crush up Doritos chips into spices, and I would use them on my chicken. So I would have nacho cheese Dorito chicken on a sun-dried tomato, green peppers, onions, maybe even red pepper, or orange peppers and sun-dried tomatoes, a little bit of red peppers, and then salt, Himalayan salt. And I've been, what would I do I want a lemon pepper chicken burrito, but I don't know what I would do with it. And I would also put garlic and onions in all of them. Lemon pepper chicken. Maybe lemon pepper, eggs, and some type of lightly barbecued chicken in the burrito with a crunch in the middle. No, because it needs to be an even sort of paste, I guess, so that when it's consistent on everybody, it doesn't feel too light above the crunch and too heavy below. Because people don't want to eat that. Probably a steak burrito. That's what I'd do if I had a food shelf or a food truck. Maybe you're supposed to make a food shelf. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe you should open up a food shelf nonprofit downtown and then reach out to stores about food that is getting expired. Here's the bird on my right side. Here's the bird on my right side. Start a food shelf in the center of town and then reach out to all the restaurants and businesses, health food stores about their expired food and ask if you can move it there. And then the excess you use for stuff for your food truck. And then in that acquired property at the bottom of the hill, you just have a building with an industrial freezer in the back, like that back left corner. Put an industrial freezer with all of your leftover frozen, preserved stuff that was expired from the store that you cook immediately so it doesn't go bad once it's unthawed. Then you sell that instead of doing what most food trucks do, which is fucking horse glue and shit, just like garbage leftovers from stuff that isn't really chicken. If they use as chicken, you would be much better than those food trucks. Like the food trucks in New York City, you don't know what that meat is. That could be dead people. And then throw Christian events down at the. I would put a big park in the center of that town, just a big field, event space for people to gather and have barbecues and have fun. And then I would put a public gym, like a Muscle Beach, where it's all bolted down with cameras. Howdy. Then I would put solar panels on every house for free installation, and then what their electric bill would be goes to you instead, completely cutting out the electric company. And doing the installs yourself. And then just contract out to people that have the skills. I was getting too influential, so the Matrix had to shut me down. Nope, I'm not trans, and the lowest rated, objectively, that I've slept with would be a 6. But they're probably not here, so it don't matter. But yeah, I would acquire that property. I would ask your mayor friend to give you the money to acquire that property, and then I would turn it into a workshop space and a rental. Cheap rent, advertised as helping you buy your own land in the future, get off the ground with it for passive income. And then it's cool because eventually I try to turn it into one singular parcel. Homes on the bottom of the hill. Worth having. If you need me to talk to them, I can talk to them if they'd let me. 15 likes is crazy. I don't remember the last time I got 15 likes in a video.
I'm down to do one more life path reading, and then I'm going to go. Just post your birthdays, and I got you. I do astrology and life path readings because I'm good at it. I just felt a lot of pain from somebody in my hand. It's the same phone number if you ever need to call for reference. Hear all the birds on my left side? Sounds like Discord, and then right on my right side. I think I've done yours, right? Haley, have I done one for you yet? Yeah. Were you the Scorpio? Were you the Scorpio 19-7 or 19? No, you were an Aries 6, right? Aries 9-6, I think. Maybe you were Aries 9-1. Three, 9 is 12, 13, 22, 31, 31 and 8. You were 3. Let's double check. 8 and 9 is 17. 17 and 9 is 26. 26 and 1 is 27. 34. 36. We do it again. 3 and 7 is 10. 12. 13. 22. 31. 39. You're a 3. Childish righteousness. Place of power. Overachieving. Feeling like you don't fit in the world until you can get to a position where your crown chakra is undisturbed and you're allowed to keep it open, and then you focus your energy into, over the course of your life, you'll find that you were bringing a childish creative light into every space that you inhabited. That's how I get your life path number. You're an earth tiger. That's pretty cool. It's dark, forward moving. You need a fight in order to function. You need to feel like you're in combat to function. Quick to aggression. You struggle with pride. You have to learn that selfless creativity is the answer, and that's how you're going to win the battles. The battles you're facing in life come from your ability to stay a child while not being dumb, like a wise child, and creating. You need a creative outlet. What you want. Who the fuck messages me? You're hot at Aries. It's not a good thing. That's an unhealed Aries. The brain injuries were to teach you how to strike precisely. It made you learn how to bottle everything up, and you need to at people. That's not the way. You got to lead by example, and let your creativity be the example, and that's how you'll win the fights you're trying to win. I'm doing more. Haley, if you have a question about spirituality or something, I got you. I'm doing life path readings. Drop your birthdays, man. I got you, guys. Yeah. Let me turn the light on. I can figure out why you were created in this world. And who you really are. I can make the birds go crazy when I bring the energy over. And now it's raining. It's raining. And now we're back. Drop your birthdays for Casey Life Path readings. I almost put you in timeout on accident. I tried to pin your message. What do people want to know? I want to help people with what they're going through. I forgot what I titled the video. And a Gemini is coming. There's a Gemini watching. I can do your reading. I know how to do it. To show you who you really are. That's creepy. I'm a Gemini. It's not creepy. It's creepy because people take advantage of this stuff and they use it against you. And I don't. I'm like an energetic punching bag. I felt a pain on my foot. There's a Capricorn watching. So the first thing I heard you say when I turned on the stream was there's a Gemini watching, there's a Gemini coming. Yeah. I'm not making this shit up. I'm an alien, bro. I'm a fucking Lyran or something. I'm like an ancient soul, for real. It's true. And I still think Jesus existed. At the very least, he existed. He might just have been spiritually connected and was doing a parlor trick because he hated white people. The same way I hate white people. But I do think he existed. I do think Paul was really writing Romans in the City of Sin. I do think Paul was writing Romans in the City of Sin. Desvalitas, I don't remember your... I want to say there's an 11 energy coming. Somebody was born in the 11th here. Again, maybe you tune back in. Desvalitas, you've been commenting recently. I think you said something nice a few months ago. If you want another reading, post your birthday. We'll see what comes up. I'm doing life path astrology readings. Every single theosophy in the world was talking about the same thing, and I just know the common denominator, and from my own personal experience, with creepy, crazy accuracy, I can figure out why you are here on Earth. Because it's real. For real. On God, no cap. Scorpio. There's a Scorpio here. My handle was Desvalita a while back, and I got on the end of the reading. I already told you, man. No. Been here for about a year off and on. Snapshot Sniper, what's your birthday? And post your actual birthday. Don't be trolling, man. Watch it. It gets weird. You're a Virgo? Are you really a Virgo though? What's your birthday? Your full birthday? What is Snapshot Sniper's full birthday? I just saw light. Oh, hearing the word 9. The word 9. Getting a notification. What's my notification? Oh, Gemini texted me. Gemini texted me. Or she might be a Scorpio. The person with, sorry, my ex who has the same name as her is a Gemini. My fault. I don't know her birthday. For real. I don't know what her actual birthday is. But that might have been the Scorpio. Snapshot, what's your birthday? Haley, what does that even fucking mean? You a CRETU? You're a creature? You're a cretu? Snapshot, you're not a... Are you really a Virgo 11? Did I already do... There was another Virgo 11 in the chat. If you're actually September 11th, that's just 9/11, right? You're just doing 9/11, bro? What year? Did I already do his birthday? Let me see. Did I already do his reading earlier? If you don't pay rent, you saving. Oh, Lieutenant Dan, Lieutenant Dan. What year? No, I didn't do yours. 1973. I already did a Virgo 11. I did say 11 was here. I literally, you're the second Virgo 11 today. You had a Sagittarius person who was an older role model for you that taught you how to be more motivated. It motivated you, taught you how to be more free. And then you saw that they were reckless and they burnt themselves out, but it at least taught you how to be free. And now you look at that person as somebody you wish you could help. You have this golden bittersweet sentiment that you wish you could make their life better because they burnt themselves out going too hard. Because they wanted the adventure in life. And that freedom that they taught you was supposed to open you up because you meticulously crafted your life with this stern kind of set ways that taught you how to utilize tools very well. You're able to do things very well, and that gave you control over routine and doing things that most other people struggle with because of the chaos. With you, you had that stern ability to do things consistently. You're a water ox, so you do work very hard, but that adds an emotional sense to this overwhelming feeling like you're bigger than yourself and constantly struggle with invasive thoughts and ideas that come to your head. And you struggle to make them happen because you lack the motivation, but the Sagittarius was there to teach you before that Sagittarius moved on to a water sign. You're a 4 life path? Okay, that meticulous crafting of the thing. You actually really struggle with OCD and feeling like you need to have control over everything in this meticulously crafted ego that's stern and blocks off the energetic attacks. People might say, unhealed, you would be way too emotional. But you did find a good balance for your emotions. You don't really struggle with that overwhelm. You do struggle with the overwhelming feeling. You have an overwhelming feeling. Overwhelming feelings that come in. You're meant to be some type of podcaster and share it, but it's more about something you do. Like, you could have a homestead podcast. You might be really inspired to make content because you feel this overwhelming calling as a visionary to build something bigger than yourself for the world, but the Virgo keeps you stuck and stagnant so that you can't do it as much as you want to. So I would push yourself towards your dreams and understand that that foundational aspect you've been given in that meticulous way to manage things really well, organize things really well, utilize tools like a landscaping company. Managing things in a really well makes you really stern and strong, but you keep yourself up here. You often feel like you operate as a sort of yellowish light in this gray-blue darkness, but it's over your shoulder on this side right here. So you have an ego about you. and you often feel like you have the potential to be up here and operate up here, but you've let your creativity you got to do meditations to gain more access to yourself. You got to do meditations. You're allowed to let things go. And I say for every Virgo is that once you learn to let it go and be free, like going on trips and just going to the beach and just having fun, letting yourself have fun, you're supposed to embody the righteous motivation of that Sagittarius that really helped you learn how to be free. And then once you can do that, you come back from that journey with this fiery feeling of motivation. Virgos are Sagittarius that are afraid to be rambunctious or rampage. They have the stern confidence and the wisdom of the Sagittarius, but they don't push themselves as hard as they could. And the Sagittarius comes into their life to motivate them as an older sibling archetype. When they can do that, they keep going. That's why Sneeko never blew up fully, and he lost everything until Andrew Tate motivated him, and now Sneeko had to become the top G. The metal ox, though, means that you're really grounded and you do work hard every day. You like the idea of getting up and working hard every day. But you're meant to be a role model to people. You're meant to be somebody that's competent, that does things the right way, so that people can see you and can learn how you do things. And it's less about getting into other people's lives and then using your creativity to work on the system there, and more about letting yourself lead, letting your creative visions with the skills you learned in probably blue collar jobs or some type of hauling things. I'm seeing you like in a like maybe moving through a grocery store, like hauling things into the grocery store and stocking shelves and stuff. The That's meant to be the skills necessary foundationally for you to embody your creative dreams and passions. Like you have creative visions, and what you value as your career was really just to teach you the skills necessary for you to have a functioning, independent, creative thing that people will see as weird, but you have the stern creativity to manage that, and just the strong blue and yellow, strong blue, yellow, white on top in this gray darkness here, like dark gray, and the ability to boom, boom, every day as you just go trudge through life working hard. I don't know if you're supposed to be like Sean Ryan and do the Christian podcast. I don't know if you're supposed to become a Christian podcaster, but I know that as the 11, you have the ability to be in a space where the collective of humanity watches you, like Joe Rogan, Alex Jones, Aiden Ross. That's the 11 energy. And then your sun sign is just how you do that, how you manage the attention of the people as you bring this information from other dimensions into reality, into Earth, because you're the receiver, the gateway. 11 in Stranger Things open the portal to the upside down. Joe Rogan's an 11 Leo, all his orbiters. Alex Jones is a 11 Aquarius. The righteous truth, destroying all the fake narratives and exposing the truth in righteousness, embodying the crazy rampage. Or like J. Cole's an Aquarius, but he's not an 11. So J. Cole did the righteous truth, but he just was the embodiment and hope to a huge collective of beat making people from the black community across the world. He moved from Carolina to New York. And then he did it. He did it because J. Cole and Jay-Z, the J's, the 11, so them together, and then Jay-Z and Kanye West, J and K. J. Cole, and then after Jay-Z put him on, J. Cole and Kendrick, J and K, just like Jay-Z and Kendrick and Kanye West, J and K. J's and K's go together. So what is your name, Snapshot Sniper? You don't have to say your last name. You could say what your last name means when you look it up on Google, but what's your first name? I'm going to assume it's a hard-working, but in the darkness, with competent skills. So let me, okay, hold on. Now, Will. Yeah, Will. Competent skills. Inserting your creativity. And now I'm going to Homestead and Will Survives. I don't know what Will Survive's birthday is. I'm assuming he's either a winter or he's a earth sign. You like that, dude? The day that I took my buck head that I call Bucky out of my storage shed and brought it up here, so I took my Bucky and I exalted it to the top of the mountain and I put him up here out of the storage shed, is the day that Will Survives built a storage shed and then lost his dog Buck. Will means resolute protector, helmet of protection. That's cool. How's my audio? Because it's pouring. Let's go see if, now that it's pouring, go see how the leaks are. Is it getting in? No. It's not getting in. I did it correctly. No more leak in the roof. What if it gets struck by lightning? That's why I didn't do the sheet metal, because I'm like, I don't want lightning to strike the camper. So I put the sheet metal over the shed as a test to see if it's gonna get struck. Because I'm on a mountain. Like the storm is gonna be sort of here, kind of like very close. So I'm like, if I put a metal roof on this bitch, but I could just be dumb and maybe it doesn't attract lightning. But I didn't want to be totally sure. I wanted to be totally sure before. But the tarp with the 2-pound weights looks like it's good. Helmet of protection as a Virgo. Ox makes me think of like a Templar, like a Christian soldier. That makes it feel more like a warrior. No idea if lightning would do that. I don't know either. Cell phone with your best friend in blankets, windows cracked, watching scary movies. I'm scared to have friends. It seems like a lot of work. Relationships is really a lot of mental bandwidth. There's a lot of thinking and a lot of constant change. I'd rather have a dog, man. Lived on a boat in a marina for a year. That's cool. Was it on the ocean or in a lake? Did you have seagulls that would land on the back of your boat and you would feed them? Or try to feed them at least? Here in Florida? That's dope. Hurricanes might be scary though, intercoastal. Okay. Imagine you live on a boat and a hurricane hits and then you wake up and your boat is like in the middle of a Walmart parking lot. That'd be crazy. Hey Heather, can you comment life path readings? Can you comment free life path readings in all caps? Or free psychic readings in all caps? I accidentally deleted it instead of unpinning it. Free psychic readings in all caps. And I'll pin it. But I also have the way to donate in my channel description. As a 4 life path, your job is kind of management. It's kind of systems. It's that you have this OCD, meticulous control over your life. And I just say to let it go and be free for a while so that you can come back in with a creative, higher energy. And what you're mainly good at is that using that focus to make things better. Unhealed, it means that you're really OCD, really oppressive, really controlling other people. The Virgo makes it easier, but it still is like people might feel like you're oppressive. Letting go is hard. Yeah, that's your whole struggle. Your whole struggle in life. Overwhelming information that is always hitting you. And you've learned how to, with focus, meticulously craft into something. And you're good at growth over consistency, and you're good at consistent routine and doing that, but there's a creative vision always coming out of you that you're trying to make happen. And your life was just learning the skills necessary to do that and to go sort of your own way consistently and make that happen. And I would just say find something that's the service of others and is creative, and you'll find that overwhelming chaos, instead of focusing on what you can control, shift your energy into what you can create. Shift your energy into what you can create. And then you'll learn that you'll find better solutions for what you're meticulously working on every day. I'll take a Virgo 4. No, I wouldn't really hang out. I'd hire a Virgo 4. For real. Like if I had a, let's say I had a construction business or had a modular home business, and I needed somebody I could trust to make it happen and sort of be the owner operator, except it's like a franchise owner, I would hire a Virgo 4. But that's because I'm not a Virgo 4. If I was a Virgo 4, I would make that business. A warehouse where you just assemble tiny homes and modular homes, and you have a crew of people doing it. And then on the side, you're now going, I mean, as a Virgo, every Virgo I think would be great at going onto properties and structurally making it cooler and making it better. Like designing parks and building parks with like the platforms, with the decking there, and then the roof and overlooking the field. And then building a shed with like soccer nets and leaving a roll of tape measure that rolls up like this with the exact length of a soccer field, so that you no longer have to put in you don't have to paint the ground anymore. You just lay one of the soccer goals and then you just attach the tape, and then you roll the tape out, and then at the end there's a connector, so you just connect both of the soccer goals, and then you just disconnect and roll it back up and put it back in the shed. So to have them do all that work to make the soccer goals and everything. That's what I would do. Virgo 4s would be doing stuff like that in my eyes. Virgo 7s bring it Virgo 7s bring it to engineering and like city stuff. Virgo 4s, I'm like, that's kind of boots on the ground, kind of construction companies and stuff. That's where they find the most enjoyment. What do you do for work, Sniper? You were born in the 70s. So you're 73, 2023. You would have been 50. You're almost 60, bro. Good news is there's a chance we might be the last generation ever. Either we die or we become like immortal through cybernetics, and then we eventually become the gray aliens and we have to tunnel into the past to steal cows and shit for their genetics and kids on Epstein's Island to heal, to give our genetics back, because there's no more kids on Earth, because we've all turned into gray aliens because we cybernetically enhanced ourselves, and then God kicked us. We become the fallen angels and get kicked out of heaven. Or at least we could repair the part of our telomeres that cause us to age like iPhones, and we could live to like 250, 300 years old. Accident reconstruction. I do auto cases for attorneys and insurance adjusters. That sounds really. That sounds like what you use the focus for. I can see why you need to have a sternness to yourself. Live like Noah, like 900 years. Get upgraded. Sleepy Peepee, did I ever do a reading on you? Did I ever do your life path? 900 years. Or like the Egyptian pharaohs that lived 13,000 years? They have a record in stone of them having knowledge of the entire observable universe, or at least the solar system, plus Sirius and Pleiades and Lyra and all that. And we can't build the pyramids ourselves, yet people refuse to admit that there were advanced civilizations before Jesus. If anything, acknowledging ancient civilizations and what the knowledge that they gave us gives me more evidence that Jesus was real. Methuselah, how's it going? I'm doing readings. Sleepy Peepee, if I haven't done one on you, I can show you who you really are. Virgo 11, Snapshot Sniper, do you live in a suburban kind of cul-de-sac-y? You live in a suburban home? Like the two-story with the garage and you have a driveway? Sort of, yeah. So you have a suburban life. Do you have a black truck? I don't know. I think you should do a construction company, man. Get out of the office. There's the lightning. Or maybe I'm seeing red truck. Maybe I'm seeing I don't know. I saw somebody in suburban Vermont in Burlington and living in a suburban home and running a construction company. I don't know if that's me or if that's the future or if that's somebody else or what somebody else should do, but I saw it. Like one time I did a reading on Matthias, and God told me his purpose in life was just to mow the lawn. I thought that was pretty cool. That he had been working for a long time, and he had got like his something happened with his job. He just to take a break because he had enough to do so, and he was worried about his purpose. And God showed me just him mowing his lawn this year. 2026 is a year of justice and karmic rewards. Your dad was in construction. It's a nice vision of a future. You work in the field. Kentucky, or like the South, like Tennessee. Your dad was in construction. Sleepy Peepee. Casey, I had a dream about you, but I can't remember what it is exactly. But it had something to do with your strength and kindness. Appreciate it. That's pretty. That's a that's a nice comment. Was it that I was like a tree that was just constantly growing and then rotting and falling away, and I was like and everyone was laughing at me. Sleep. What's your birthday? Sleepy Peepee. What the? Is that a tick? It's fucking stretch marks. What the hell? People trying to steal something over and over again and you had to fight them. Yep. That's my life. I don't know my exact birthday because I was adopted. Sorry. Damn. That's tough. Maybe you're a Sagittarius. I saw Pocahontas. Are you native? I don't know, man. There's a Gemini around. Or no, pink is a Scorpio. I can see pink fur here. I see that there's a Gemini floating in. I saw there was a Scorpio. I want to say there's a Leo, like a pink, like a purple Leo here. I think schemy, slimy, smelly Ethan is watching. There's some type of dark Capricorn here. It's not Brian, it's like younger. There's some type of fiery bird is here on my left side. How crazy is it that I got an 11:33 reading today that says the blue aliens have found you? You were born in April or May time. That's Taurus, Gemini. Smurfs. We do my birthday on May 5th. That would make you... I don't think you're a Taurus. I think you're... I don't know if you're... I think you're probably closer to a Gemini than a Taurus. Just based off what it felt like. Your wife is a Taurus? Your wife is a Taurus and you're a Virgo, the earth signs. Your wife is darker energy, but that's her connection to her past lives. That connection to the ground is a deep connection to ancestry. And you might see her as stubborn and oversensitive and butting heads, but healed. You just gotta understand she needs to work slowly. Your wife's a Taurus, May 5th. Well, the 5 energy adds change. It adds change. It means that it means that she's attractive and that her day-to-day life is managing constant change. But she does it in a more sort of sweet like almost like instead of like most energy is like information and air just going around. Taurus energy is like honey, like nectar, or like oil, kind of like THC oil, like when it's condensed like this. It's a sweet energy. And the strong neck and shoulders. Feeling like they're carrying the world on their back, but too lazy to do anything about it. Overindulgent because their feelings when they have their rituals with their food and shit. I'm seeing like a fat person slowly eating a sandwich and being like, this is delicious, and just like really enjoying it. You ever be able to activate the super chats? I could do it anytime, but YouTube takes about 50% of my super chats. So I don't. I'd rather just leave all my donation stuff in my channel bio. I guess I could start it. I'll apply. I mean, M stands for money gets a lot of money. Yeah, YouTube takes a lot. Like, if somebody sent me a $500 super chat, I'd only get 250 of that, and the other 250 would go right to YouTube. So I'm like, if somebody was ever going to send something like that, I wouldn't want them to accidentally send it over YouTube. I would ask them to send it to my Venmo or my PayPal or my Cash App or my Chime or my fucking my Wise. Still income though, yeah. But I think that that doesn't count as like donations. It counts as like a job. So there might be like legal stuff with that. Because it's like, if you send me stuff to the other apps, it's just like a gift, like a friend giving somebody $5. I was thinking about starting a Patreon. Just as like a membership thing, because you get most of the money from Patreon. So there wouldn't really be anything on the Patreon except maybe you could message me directly at any point. Like with the Patreon, I would just give you access, and I would just answer my Patreon messages every day. But it would be like $5 a month. Let's say I have 30 regulars that watch the channel kind of regularly. 30 people pay $5 a month. 5 times 30, 150 a month. Extra income that I could do stuff with. It would just be like going towards making things better. But I don't know. I was hoping to get a camera and a computer and an SD card and a way to put the SD onto the computer by now so that I could edit videos. And then I would do homesteading stuff like Will Survives, where I get up every day and time-lapse record myself working on the property and then doing podcast interviews with Christians and people about the true nature of reality. And if I had gotten that stuff, that FBI video proving to the FBI I'm not crazy, and it's me with like disheveled hair holding a whiteboard and a marker and be like, trust me, bro. That would have blown up. Having to prove to the FBI I'm not crazy. Okay, so you can do it here. YouTube is a huge platform. You know, that'd be pretty cool. But people don't like when I record them without their knowledge or consent. That's fair. I'd still do it. Get a job, you get that $150 a month. I have a mom with schizophrenia, and she lied to the cops that I was trying to kill her with a grenade. And then they permanently disabled me, and they tortured me in prison for a couple days. Didn't wash my eyes, maced me, and then lied to the news about what happened to ruin my reputation. Then my mom filed a restraining order, and then she messaged me every day trying to build a relationship, and then whenever she felt like it, she would call the cops, and now I'm a felon and can't get a job anywhere. So I'm waiting on contract work, carpenter's helper, or one guy offered me a side hustle to do data entry, and he hasn't gotten back to me. So yeah, I'm a felon. I'm like a 3-count felon. But I did time served because in homelessness traveling, every time I missed court, I would go to jail, and I didn't have an alarm clock or a bus to get to court. And for the first year, they wouldn't let me do WebEx, so I got sent to jail, and they'd always get me on a Friday. So I'd be in for 4 days, so I spent like 80 days in jail. So they just did time served. There are companies that hire demons. Yeah, the whole basis of companies itself is based on Solomon's temple and how Solomon would invoke the jinn or the genies or the demons to work for him, and that's how he built his temple. Felons? There are companies that hire felons, demons. Yeah, here though, like even UPS said no. There is a place an hour and a half. It's 2 hours away, and it's a recycling center. And they said they hire felons, and I haven't reached out to them. I just don't have enough money to drive out there, and I felt like I needed to work more on the property right now before I drive 2 hours away. Yeah, I live in the middle of nowhere. There's nothing. There's a Walmart here, and then there's no Walmart for for an hour and a half. Definitely get the super chat. Yeah, yeah, it'd be easier. I'll try that tonight. But I'm trying to design. I have this design that I made for wagons for homeless people to eliminate campsites and trash, and rapes and burning the tent, people freezing to death, sort of the stuff that happens to homeless people out here, with a 4 foot by 9 foot by maybe 3 or 4 foot. Looks like a Vermont barn, red and white. It's got 2 wheels, 2 legs that fold out, and two handles so that you can carry it like a rickshaw behind you. And then when you the roof folds in, the walls fold in, the floor folds in, linchpin on the wheels so the wheels go in. You can carry it like a suitcase with a saddlebag over the top with all your stuff. So no more leaving your stuff behind, no more campsites with trash everywhere, no more burning people's tents down. I'm a Christian, bro. How come you aren't on that side? If you don't mind me asking, just curious. I think it's more likely that there was a Jesus at some point than not. I don't understand why most Christians that I meet are the complete opposite of what Christianity teaches, almost cartoonishly contrasting behavior to their religion. And I don't like what churches have done to me in the past, but I believe in God, and I believe the Bible has code inside that. As you read more and more of the Bible, at random, things will just randomly click and bring you to a new reality. And then if you lived according to the hidden things in the scripture, that will build you a foundation and the armor of God. So I would say that I'm more Christian than not. But I also believe that there is other stuff that the Bible says is real, but most people don't acknowledge, like how God meets you where you're at. And people have been trying to figure out God's creation for a long time with different theosophies across the world, and how there's a common denominator inside them. So if you look at the common denominator, you can find a theme and a pattern to creation, and that we all have sort of a character that you can identify with your birthday and your name. And the name proves it, because the name has nothing to do with the birthday, and most people's parents are not following Celtic mythology and astrology and Bazi and Vietnamese numerology and shit. Yet, when you look at all those, the archetype or character that you would embody usually is completely what your name means. Oh, did you drop your birthday? Could you tell me what you feel is here on me? 10/3/1960, thanks in advance. You are a Libra 3-day. For your day job as a Libra, you are a balance between opposing forces. You are condensed air in this grayness, dense air around you. Healed, unhealed, you're this very precise focus. Able to do things that others can't because you manage the chaos naturally. So you'll find that around you is a lot of conflict, a lot of opposing belief systems in the age of Pisces, a lot of opposing belief systems that you're able to create a space for people to express themselves without it becoming war and dominance and terror and like cave monkey bullshit. With the 3 is yellow, creative, more golden for you.
more golden, but your vibe is like brown and gray with this greenish gold on the inside right here. Something about green, you like green. Let's see what your life path is. You'll find that you have a childish creativity and that's your day-to-day life, is embodying this yellow childish creativity. He would say that you're charismatic and you're always coming up with jokes and you don't let things get to you as much, and that pisses people off and they come to try to prevent you from creating. But for you, you do feel it, but it's more like the energetic attacks just kind of dissolve. You naturally dull the attack, so it doesn't feel as overwhelming. You got like a dense air protection. 10/3/1960, 4, 5, 14, 20. You're 2. And that's the gray, that's secret 11, but it also adds the pink and green. 2 as a life path is a collection of knowledge. It's a feminine collection of knowledge. Overwhelming emotional experience. Easy to understand very complex things because you can see it vividly and bright. But the creativity that comes to that means that you are able to take in a lot. You have an overwhelming emotional experience, but overwhelming emotional experience of your life is balanced by the Libra and the 3, so that you're able to see this complex, heavy emotions that hit you, this overwhelming, bright feeling. But it comes in dense and naturally, and you're able to transmute it into creativity very easily. Which might make you lazy. It might make you feel like you don't have to do much because you don't feel as overwhelmed. Unless somebody tried to destroy that creativity in your childhood, or I would say your teenage years, something came up, something happened in your teenage years when you were 17 or 18. And that tried to stop you from creativity and drive you into a sort of masculine thing so that you wouldn't get so that you would go through a dense... Okay, hold on. I have to tune back in. I'm seeing pink and green with the brown gold. Hold on. I'm just seeing a garden. Like I'm seeing a pink flower and green, like the vines growing up. And you might like cherry blossom trees. Hold on. What's it, your day job? I know that you're able to be a balancing calmness, flirty and charismatic. Your creativity does not feel as affected, so it's easier for you to live in this Venusian warm energy here. The overarching, you're much more powerful than you give yourself credit for, and power isn't a giant shining light. Power is like a silent, quiet darkness that's very vivid. Like you might have an Aquarius moon or some type of air sign moon here, or maybe Taurus and Aries. There's if you let things go and you don't focus so much, you realize you naturally bring back what's being pulled away from you into that calm, balanced, competent, stern sort of sense of self that will naturally pull from your sacral the creative golden energy for you to be able to correctly observe the world around you vividly and be able to create from it with a passion. You might have Scorpio in your chart. You naturally drove towards, I think if you're a girl, you had a reckless boyfriend when you were younger, and that reckless boyfriend there was fun because it got through that wall there because of the leadership qualities that they embodied. You probably had a Sagittarius, and they burnt themselves out on their adventure, and then you settled for an earth sign. we at? Very true, self-employed, Olivia, sometimes. Sounds right, thank you.
Man, your purpose in life is just that you're able to do things very well. And you can go places that most people struggle going to.
I think you had a stern father that taught you good. Stern parental figure that taught you how to do things the right way, correctly, and growth over consistency, managing the chaos. You're good at managing the chaos in a way that lightens up the room for people and allows them to express themselves more freely. You make things okay for people. Like you make people feel comfortable. You make people feel comfortable. When you go into a room, chaos doesn't and happy and fun and childish inside that space that you create. As a job, I hate like the concept of counseling. I don't like very much anyway, but Libras do make good counselors because they listen and then they're wowed by everything because they never really feel like they have to whoa all the way up to the highest stuff. So the people that do that, you're like, that's really entertaining. That's really interesting. Oh, the spider fucking fell. There's a big spider in here. Heather, did you say what the astrology was for 1960? $1960, so that makes you 40 plus 26. You are 66 years old. Maybe. No, you will be this year. Metal Rat. There's that focus. That chaotic 2, like 2020 was the year of the rat, and there's a lot of 2s. Rats have 2s. Because it's chaos. Nice cat. It fits what I was just saying. That you find the precision out of you make precise is focus versus overwhelming emotion. And we're back. Metal Rat. I think Rat is the start of the zodiac in Bazi, and Pig is the last. So there's the youthful creativity there. And there was that feeling of being small versus actually being very large informationally, energetically. Are you a grandma? I heard your purpose in life is to be a grandma. I don't know if you're a guy. I don't know who that's for. Yeah, you're gonna have a lot of grandchildren or great grandchildren. You're there to be there for their chaos. To manage to be the the grandma's house. It's a calm refuge for them to, to be okay in, I guess. Are they in DCF? I see you visiting at a park. I only really see them like you're trying to adopt your grandchildren right now or something. I saw like you had to have a meeting about them in a park, or you're doing a visit with them at the park instead of at your house. We'd love to be holding you, feeling every word come out of your body while I listen and relax out of your voice and look at your eyes and lips move. What the fuck?
Come on, man. That's a cult. Makes me feel like a cult leader. I'm doing life path readings for people. I don't really have any, Gypsy. I don't really have any. Oh, Gypsy, what's your name? You don't have to give your full name, but your first name. I was there at a park earlier. No, I was getting my wildlife photos for my granddaughter. Okay, so I saw you at a park. Christina. It's a cool name. My first ever girlfriend when I was in 5th grade was Christina. And we sang Dynamite by Teo Cruz and I played the piano at the school concert. What does Christina mean though? She was a baddie too. And everybody always made me feel like shit about myself. And I'm going back to my life and I was like, I really thought that I was like the ugliest piece of shit. Something really wrong with. And I go back and I was like, no, I prettiest girls in school dated me, fought over me. People liked me. They ostracized me because of jealousy, and I was too autistic to understand jealousy. Christina just means a Christian, follower of Christ or anointed one. Yeah, I would just keep that as the mutable or the fixed location aspect of it is that there's a place, if that makes sense. Like it has to do with a stagnant location tied into the name. Like you're offering an environment for people to get away from the chaos. Because you live in chaos, but you learn how to manage it very well. So that teaches people how to manage their own chaos in a way. I'm going to do one more and then I'm going to go to bed. Because I got to watch Really Your Dirty Sock. Yup. Because I can't afford laundry. That's amazing. She was actually at a park and it had to do with her grandchild. So I'm impressed with the energy and intellect. Wait till I get mad at white people, man. You're gonna hate me. You're gonna hate me when the whites that wear the sunglasses as their profile picture when they come in here. People like me until I get mad at white people, and then they rarely come back or they rarely comment afterwards. There's so many people in group. There's like 4 pages that are clipping me right now, and the comment sections of those group chats with the people that I've banished that I don't realize are watching still. I thought they moved on with their life. No, they're in those comment sections and they hate me, dude. And all I talk they're doing the same shit I called out. You're doing the same. You found a cave to go in, you cave monkeys. You found a cave to scream in together. To come at me later. It's exactly what I said. That's exactly what I said about you. You know what I'm saying? Should I get cornrows? I'm trying to get. I think eventually I'm gonna get this tattoo removed. Who else just took a nasty shit crap and took this man? I understand what that comment means. It took me a long time for you to say that I was a piece of crap. A link later. Would you like a life path reading? Have I already done yours? It took me all this time to realize you were calling me a piece of crap. Patel, are you Indian? That means that Patel wants to eat me. No one else has figured it out except you. And all the live streams that you go to, they don't even realize. Go for it. What's your birthday, man? You're a pink, bright, probably a Gemini or like an air, so like a sun. I don't know though. You make a lighthearted. You're a Virgo. Okay. Well, there's the sentimental energy, but there's some type of air attached to it, man. You're air focused. Something about air energy, lightheartedness about you. September 5th, 89. Thanks for you're cool for understanding also, JK, when I say it like that. And all they can sub. I don't, cool, bro. Virgo 5. Nine. 14. 15. 24. 32. 41. You're a 5'5". She's probably really attractive. Let me see your let me see your profile picture. I think you're Native American. Because I saw Pocahontas earlier. 5'5" means that your life is all about travel and sexual energy. Except you have a meticulous, stern focus that you've crafted. You're Canadian. Meticulous, stern focus that you've crafted in your day-to-day. You're very good at using tools. You're very good at working with your hands. And you're really good at, I mean, your life is pretty chaotic. You're an earth snake. There you go. Really grounded. I want to say connected to nature, but that's not about anything. It's just, it literally said she's connected to nature. Something about nature. And I'm seeing that you don't really go out of your way to do things as much as you have a vivid emotional experience. And that you bring the focus in. You got to have an air sign moon of some kind. Heavy air sign somewhere, maybe a Gemini rising or something. You still walk everywhere you go, you sign it. Virgos are just really good at consistency. They're very good at routine. They're very good at meticulously doing things. They just struggle with being free. There's the snake energy. I don't like snakes. I was feeling the snake and stuff. Ella, your birthday, you're 22. I'll get to you, man. Just let me get through this. You get picked up and dropped off from work sometimes. I had an itch. I always, for especially snakes, the thing I don't like is how precise you are, that it cuts through everybody else's emotions. You're accidentally just like a sword, just searing through other people's energies, very precisely. And what I say is to let go, and you get a very vivid emotional experience, and then learning how to handle the emotional energy that comes in and giving yourself more of a vivid, beautiful experience, and then bringing the focus a little bit outwards to work, and you get a very more vivid sense instead of feeling like you're very small, content, precise focus right here. But it's all about deep connection to nature. It's all about your connection to nature. You're still dating and single mother. You want to be a passenger princess. You're like yearning for somebody's truck or car to get in. You're a passenger princess, man. You would be a good person in relationships because you really understand how to be a team player, I guess. But you can only have like somebody who's tall, masculine, doing shit in life. I think your purpose might just be to using that meticulous focus there to be sort of the passenger princess, and it's more about in relationships how you're able to manage the other person's life without imposing on them. Like you really understand how to not impose yourself and be functioning with them. Like I can see that I guess you're learning a lot of mastery about dating, I guess. But you see life like a warrior. And it has nothing to do with native. I just mean in general. Like if it is about native, then your ancestors probably hunted, or you might be a hunter. There's the snake. You don't have these vivid emotions as much as you're able to be a part of other people's lives and be competent and do things with them. Like you're just a good person to be in relationships with. The only problem is that you're too wise for your own good, and that wisdom comes in like this, down here, and you're really focused. And that can be, sometimes it might feel draining to be around you but it means that you're really good at what you do. I would say learning to let go and have a more beautiful emotional experience. Sometimes she'd make me something to eat when I get off work and she makes me happy. I give her recipes for cooking. What's happening? You doing readings? Yeah. You are there to take care of your community. You are a leader. You are a light in the darkness for people. You're able, I mean, well, when you walk through the place, you are bringing with you a wisdom, and you're leading by example without realizing it, and you are helping eliminate the bad vibes and the bad energies there. And if you wanted to, you would be very good at making things better, like going in and building, like if say a trailer, you're walking past a trailer and the trailer's got garbage everywhere, and it's like the deck needs work and stuff. You would be like, I can see you being inspired to like build a framing around the door and making the deck over it better and just improving the quality of life around the person's trailer. But you're not really there for that either. What are you there for? I think you're just there to hold the wisdom. I think you're just there to cut through the bad vibes. I think you're really just there to cut through bad vibes. You're there just to hold on to the wisdom. I'm not seeing you called to go help somebody in a trailer. I'm not seeing you. I see that there are people that are sort of just kind of lazy around you. Good night. But is it about relationships? Is it about. I think you're just meant to be there. I don't really see a calling of any kind to do something bigger, to like revamp the entire thing. I think you can do whatever you want. I think your life is one of those things where you just have to be here on Earth. Does that make sense? You don't have to do anything if you don't want to. You don't have an overwhelming mission. You can do whatever you want. You're here for the experience, but you're bringing something here with you. You're housing something that's very important to be there because it's doing a lot for the community just by being you. You don't have to do anything. So I'm assuming that you're going to get a lot of rewards in life and opportunities to just do random shit. I think they call it a node or like a stagnant point or just like something that improves just by existing. It's doing something there. Yeah, it's stormy. Yeah, like travel to you. A link later has a crush on me. Zombie is a 7 life path, Aries, Earth, Snake. 22. You're also a snake. There's 2 snakes here. But you're an Aries, Pisces cusp. Fuck, hold on. Aries, Pisces cusp is blue and purple. Purple, pink, red, blue, purple. You're the first day of the new year in astrology. Feels like a light in the darkness, like a star. Earth snake is that wisdom, but the wisdom isn't as cemented and dense and stern, precise. Yeah, like a Linklater. You're more of a coming up from the ground, watery, with a shining light there. You're here to build something huge. You're here to build an empire of some kind. I would say it has to do with embodying a belief system. It's like this star energy that's coming in. Not a star like a superstar like Michael Jackson, but a star as in like you have this bright light that's pure and it's floating in darkness. It's like just leaving the dark waters here, so it's angled you up like this. And the light feels like almost not even a part of you. Like you're floating, or like you are the things, you are the light and floating around the light. This watery space. You try to pull everything up here to your crown chakra here, and you try to keep it up with this like up here, like you try to keep a crown on. And that helps you to view that star. Your 7 life path, okay, that's the raising up. 7 life paths are the information, intellectualism above what's naturally seen as normal. They think people call you autistic and weird, but you always work to innovate systems, and that innovation is you're designing something big. You have a dream in life that you want to build consistently. You have the wisdom to go to war, and you feel compelled to fight. You never really struggle. I mean, if you had a lot of alone time, you never really struggled with feeling like you needed to overachieve to prove that you deserve to feel the way you do, because it's not the natural Aries that's this bright up here and then the world tries to keep you down so you go psychotic. You have the star here, and that causes you to not really worry about that. There's a selflessness to you. There's a peace to you. I don't see that it was hindered as much, or you'd at least gotten mastery over it. Like, I'm struggling to figure out your challenges in life here. It could just be stagnation. It could be that it's a fixed sign here. I think it's another one where you just need to be. Because it's the completion of your cycle with the year of the snake. The Ouroboros eating itself, so it's constantly shedding and regrowing over there. But that happens naturally around you down here. I don't think you live in this transition between mountains and flatlands. I think you're either in a mountain or you're in a flatland here. You don't go between them. You're here. You're embodying an energy, and like this big source of knowledge here and wisdom. The Earth Snake, I can see the darkness that makes you feel elevated. And you do have a consistent thing you do every day. Routine probably comes natural to you unless you get too up in your head with this constantly building yourself here. What is your purpose? It's coming in as a spiritual teacher with Pisces. The Pisces is coming through that you want to lead people to a better tomorrow. In the Aries blend in the darkness, winter, then you're no doubt about there's a momentum base, but you're housing an energy that's coming through that's pure. But what do you build? What are you innovating? You're trying to you're dealing with the world itself. George Washington was a 22. Fusi's a 22. 22s build something that changes. 11s, 22s build something that changed the collective. Consistency. You build something that changed the collective. So you of sorts, or a queen, or whatever you are, and you are intellectually making a change to the system. But I'm having trouble figuring out what exactly you're building that's dealing with the collective consciousness. It could just be that you're constantly bringing in this purity and freshness of the star energy that is reshaping and inspiring, it's like updating, or the information you're bringing and embodying here could just be that the same way that the stars in the sky, when they're there, if they weren't there, it would be a different feeling than if it was there. Like when you look up and the sky is dark, but there's a single star there, that changes the whole scene of the movie. Every single star is important. You might just be the same thing as her, like the snakes are just here to embody. Okay, I haven't gotten it fully because Sneeko's a snake. Okay. There is something that you're doing where it is the character that you're embodying is influential to people. It does have to do with being a character and doing something. I would say to if you haven't made a YouTube channel, you should make a YouTube channel. You will be 30, or will you be 40 in 3 years? 90, 10 plus 20. So 89. You were born in 89, right? So then 99 is 10. 2000 is 20. 30, so you'll be 40. So you're 36. Or you just turned 37. It was like a movie for you. What are you trying to build? Zombie, I've seen your future, Unc. I knew you were going to die. Is Zombie even here still? Degree 0, I think. Oh, that's cool. He's doing readings. Around Liber Primus, Pisces, really cool down. I get stuck a lot. You live on hills at the moment, but I have a lot of pet projects. Ace of Diamonds. Aleister Crowley's Cipher, want to see it? Maybe. You have this purity and level of knowledge, this wisdom here. It's like a shining star, and I don't know what you're supposed to do with it. You might just be here to house the knowledge and constantly be refreshing the infinite into that star and just shine there. I know you want to turn yourself into a spiritual teacher of some kind, and you just like intellect and stuff, intellectual things. But the Pisces brings that spirituality and lets you live in that dark waters there. That seeing the star is important. You might just be creating a body of knowledge for people to see. And that body of knowledge will build something, and some type of spiritual empire, not in terms of you being a king and your influence extending across the world, but a spiritual empire that's sort of outside of yourself, external, that has to do with philosophy and esoteric teachings, information-based. You might be making ebooks to start, but in the future, what you've created will be this sort of select cosmic base of information that other people will be able to see when they go through their spiritual awakening and they start to look out into the world spiritually, and they might accidentally stumble upon channel the universe and to make these structures of information in spirit with what you're learning.
and then they'll be able to access it through the Akashic records. But that's really far out there. I don't like to get too far out there with that type of stuff because that gets into like tarot reading and weirdness and all that. I try to keep it more practical in your day-to-day life. What is your first name? And also, I think it has to do with people stumbling upon things that you're creating. You're building a spiritual architecture. And I've never had a reading like this. You're building a spiritual architecture that people find when they look through the spirit. When they look through the cosmos and the waters, the spiritual waters. You're building the empire out there, and that's coming through here. It has to do with spiritual stuff and being the star there. I think you're just supposed to be housing the information and allowing it to be witnessed. That's the best advice I can give you. Your biggest muse is Carl Jung. Yeah, it has something it's something out of this world, and that's where your work is with the 22. The 22 might just come in because you need to find out how to bring how to correctly house that stuff here. But if done correctly, you are influencing the collective of humanity. Like George Washington built America. FouseyTube changed streaming forever. So there is something physical, but most of your work is out there. And I would say learning how to channel that. What was your life path 7? I think it has to do with Freemasonry as a sickness. And you are creating the healing medicine structurally. The way that Freemasons turn their teaching, you're revamping and changing Freemasonry. You're like the antidote for it's like a new thing like Freemasonry. But a spiritual architecture. But with the correct, benevolent, healthy stuff. This is really important. This is a serious reading. Money's no object to you. I think that you will have everything you need for what you're doing. I always forget Demon Hunter stuff. I know she's an Aries. I think she's an Aries 9. I always forget Demon Hunters. Might be an Aries 9-3. I think I just did an Aries 9-3. I think that's Haley's. Zombie, I think you're here to fix Freemasonry. I think Freemasonry was taking advantage of people and doing things the wrong way. And I think that you're here to fix that by replacing it, shooting through into what they've created, by building your architecture inside that. So I think you're here to correctly give the information the right way, in a benevolent way. And that will be building over, Rosicrucian, a nice Templar, and then digging under Solomon's Temple, and the Well of Souls, but you're building something that will be, it's bright, it's a shining light, and the information that you have, that star energy, is going to be building. So Demon Hunter can validate this and tell me I'm not bullshitting here. A long time ago, in the winter of 2022, I was laying in my tent on the Lemoyne Rail Trail, freezing to death, and I saw an entity with a billion eyes, and I looked deeper because I saw it extending itself, and it was a conscious entity, but it was a Roman city. And what I thought were limbs were like aqueducts and structures, and it was a whole city that when I looked into it, I zoomed into the entity,
it had a bunch of moving parts inside of it that were actual conscious things inside of that thing. Sort of like how a body has tons of cells that have different roles and functions. It was a whole city of entities that projected itself at me, and I saw it, and it was conscious, but I saw it was like a spiritually created architecture outside of reality. It was like a spiritual city. And I think that's what you are. I think that the information you're learning, you are building something in spirit that is sort of like architecture with systems, and you're supposed to be inhabiting a space that is dull and controlled by Freemasons. And you are literally building and extending the city walls into those areas, which is really dangerous. That's really dangerous. That's what the Knights of Columbus wish they were. That's what Hiram Abiff wishes he was. That's what Solomon's Temple was supposed to be. And it's clicking. The wife that ruined Solomon was not a woman. It was their spiritual government, and they used it for sexual energy for women. And that's why Freemasons are doing the sexual rituals. Solomon's Temple fell and was destroyed because they were using it to get bitches. They were using the spiritual teaching, the spiritual wisdom, and the harvesting of life force and all this. They were using it for sex. And that's why it was destroyed. I think you might be creating some type of Solomon's Temple type thing. So you need to make sure that you hold on to that star energy. And you need to make sure that when you're building this body of knowledge and teaching, the way that Masons bring their teaching into their work, like shipbuilding or creative content, the way that they extend their influence and teaching through their creative works to change the world, you're going to be making something along the lines that's better. That's really important. The stuff that you are going to be creating, and it's going to be hard and terrifying, but you can do it. It's going to be creating an empire of knowledge, an empire of wisdom, theosophy. I'm seeing like temples and royal hallway, not royal hallways, but like hallways. Halls, like ancient stone stuff, but it's made out of knowledge, and people can go in there. And you need to figure out how you can correctly create this structure in this realm. And it can't be about you at all, because it's selfless. It has nothing. Yeah, it's raining. It's going to be storming for the next 2 days. I think you're writing a book about psychology. I think you're right. It's institutional and it's educational. And it will be changing how people view reality itself. What are you doing? What is this thing you're writing? You're creating, and what's your first name? He's a military spy that did demonology, and he was summoning spirits and manipulating satanic entities and I think their stuff became the foundation of Facebook with the emojis and the demonic sigils, right? They created emojis so that when you look at the emojis, it does something in your consciousness when you view it, that it creates something that allows for a set level of sub intelligence to infest and then puppet people into an addiction of spreading those emojis and roping them in with dominance and pride. Come on, bitch. Roping them in with dominance and pride games. Emojis have become a tool for people that are infested with demons to try to bait you into a back and forth with dominance and pride games, to give you this feeling of less than, so you fight for more than and you pay more attention to those games so that they can slowly overtake you, and then you become the haha emojis and the prideful bullshit. So I think if I were you, I would be finding the emojis, I would be making the emojis that are the inverse for angelic. You know what I'm saying? Making emojis that combat the emojis. You know what I'm saying? So like when the people in the Facebook comment sections do the haha reacts and the pride games, making a symbol that is healing and destroys, like what the cross emoji should actually be. That's the star. Making emoji of the star so that you can send the star emoji at people. Your first name is Danielle. My sister's name is Danielle. It's gonna be hard. It's gonna be hard. I don't know how to get your information out there, but I think you better start structurally creating that light from the star. And you should be designing an emoji that elicits that purity. And then marketing it to Christians. Making spiritual sigils. No. Some intellectual spiritual framework. And building something big. I think that all creativity pushes you towards perfection. So I think if you just start creating in general, and you focus on the creativity and just keep building on that, eventually it will align with this star energy I'm talking about, and you'll find your means of what's right here. Yeah, Danielle's just one of those. It's just one of those names that keeps on fucking showing up when everything sucks. Just a symbol? No, it's just part of it. Do you get what I'm getting at? Creating weapons against the darkness. Creating architecture that wards out the Masonic demonic influence. Build an empire based off of that. That changes the structure of how we live in our day to day. It's a lot bigger than you realize. And it requires consistent daily action and a lot of hard work, for real. People use being spiritual to manipulate and suck people's energy, yeah. They get a sexual high off of your pain. And then when they get their karma and they get stuck in pain, they alchemize that into a secondary high. Hey, everyone's well, left to, I mean, that was right to left for you, wasn't it? It was left to right for me. It's different. I know when you have a lot of good emotions, people come at you to take it away from you. There are energy vamps. And that stems from laziness. Yeah. Hey. My ex is watching. You have a kid. She is a kid now. And her boyfriend's a kid. He's a fucking rich suburban. He's a loser. He's a dork. So she's taking care of 2 kids. I met somebody who's very important, but it requires... Maybe it doesn't. Maybe you're being led by spirit. Bruh. Maybe the spiritual... Kind of. It's not your whole purpose. But there may be a chance that what you're... It might make you feel lazy, so that's what I'm worried about. Because it requires effort. George Washington, in order to build America, he had to, with wooden teeth, this tall guy rocking around and fucking chopping everybody to bits to build the country. Fusi had to go into psychosis and out of psychosis, and with the most mental illness, he had to bodybuild and do this crazy shit every day in order to be at a level where he could stay a content creator. 22 life paths are tough in order to change the world. 22, not 22 life, but 22 energies. But I think there is also a trickle down where your spiritual stuff is also being viewed the same way that mine is. Casey's spread across the world. Demon Hunter can tell you that the ideas that I'm coming up with about what I want to do for Demon Hunter's town, they're being implemented. So there is an influential aspect to the 22, that the spiritual frameworks that you're coming up with in your spiritual work may accidentally be shining a light structurally to inspire other people to work and build inside your spiritual framework. But I do think that there's a physical aspect of manifesting and creating what you're coming up with spiritually. And I think you do have to be like writing books. You do have to be syndicating your knowledge and working on it physically. Because to organize it, you need organization with this spiritual stuff. You need a lot of sitting alone by yourself at night and seeing the stars, seeing whatever transmission from whatever star is coming through. And people can tell you, I don't get into shit like this because it's really schizo. And look, a lot of times she goes into data overload, so you have to set projects down and come back to quality of work to go. No, you need you need a study. You need to study with a table as a workbench to be grabbing the knowledge out and then to be revitalizing it into purity and truth in the correct way, the correct things actually are, so it's not a tool people use to manipulate. And the mayor's her cousin. And it didn't get implemented until after I had realized the connection between her and her cousin in law. The ideas didn't start to get implemented until I had realized that there was a connection there, and then the information just started transferring. I don't fully understand it. I think something really doesn't want me to understand it because I think there's a big potential for me to do a lot of shit. I think that something really wants me to be afraid in life because I have something here. I have a lot of potential and it takes a lot of work, and I don't know the correct way to do it because I feel like I need to be blessed with $100,000 and not just notice how my phone crashed. My phone doesn't like it. My phone doesn't like when I'm here on Earth and I'm actually here. It's not a synchronicity, it's an attack. Something didn't like what I was doing. Channel's called the Mountain Hope. Don't tell anybody you live. I don't trust them. I don't trust these people. There's a lot of sick people that watch us. Dude, you need Carl Jung in your life? I made a paper $1 billion and stuck it in front of my work desk. Shirts like this that are elastic, and then you know those kind of like in 2022 a lot of people wore them that look like a more rough, thicker fabric, and people would wear like sleeves a little bit up and then it's extra long on the torso. The middle ground between those two. So it's like a deep fabric. I think Heather might be creating fabric. Because Heather is a type of fabric, bro. I'm asking the universe, how am I supposed to get 100K? And then I see I'm floating above Demon Hunter's house in the middle, coming from the forest. They live on a hillside here, and then it goes down, and then there's a driveway that goes into the town. And then they go up this driveway to where their house is on this hill. And their last name means Green Mountain. Her husband's name means hill. And I saw that I was just given an inspiration for a shirt that's a deep sort of forest green, but it's a fabric that I've never seen before, so we might have to make it. And then white letters with scripture and Christian stuff. When I think about how am I supposed to get 100K, they go, I mean, it's like my spirit guides are like, well, it is a simulation, and we try to set up you winning the lottery, but it never goes right. And there's nobody that you can really ask because I saw my spirit guides trying, like reaching out like a tree branch. Can you just get to a rich person over there? Can you just give them 100K? And I mean, no. They're not willing to do it, and it's not for any good reason. It's just no, even though they're very wealthy. But then I'm shown wow, and then I'm floating above this town in West Virginia, and then I'm suddenly wearing a different shirt. Then I see the shirt, and I see how it feels to wear the shirt. So I think there's an avenue for that. Carl Jung and yes, schizophrenia, now it's an actual thing, where they really believe the delusion, and then you just validate the delusion until they come back to Earth because they had escaped into it. And Carl Jung wasn't the guy that it was Freud, right? Freud had more to do with relationships, and Jung had more to do with like esoteric spirituality and how it's involved in psychology in the age of Pisces. Freud was more about interpersonal relationships, and Jung was more about the spiritual side of psychology, I think. but I haven't read them. I wanted to make my own thing. I wanted to have my own independent understanding of life. Shadow work. I mean, the crows stopped having as much control over me as they did when I watched Dexter and I allowed myself to have a dark passenger. I think that's the closest I've been to integrating my shadows. And I'm allowed to have bad thoughts. I'm allowed to feel the badness and still choose to do good instead of just completely kicking out the badness and then being like all day. You kind of need the balance in your life. Is that Jungian? Wow, 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 wow. I'm doing life path readings. Drop your birthday, and I can tell you who you really are based on every single theosophy of the world and the common denominator between them to find the truth of God's creation and how you were created in a patterned system with a role on this earth. As a Swiss medic during World War II, my grandfather trained messenger pigeons and dogs in World War II, I think. Or maybe that was World War One. My great grandfather. Because I'm thinking, my dad was born in 1956. So assuming that my grandfather was at least 20 when my dad was born, that means my grandfather was born before World War II. What do you think of past life regression? Can I get a reading, please? Yeah, drop your birthday. Drop your birthday. Drop your fucking birthday. I can already tell, Sammy, that you've got, or somebody here at least, has a very powerful water sign, probably Venus. Somebody has a powerful water sign Venus, at least. Or there might be a Scorpio. Allies and Axis soldiers. Yeah, I know you're a Scorpio, but I don't know. Can you accept funds through e-transfer online banking? Yeah, I have Venmo, I have Cash App, I have PayPal, I have Wise, which I think is international and across countries. He saw shit enough to know some shit, that's all I'm saying. I'll read Carl Jung. I don't have my own study yet, and then I would get the books. I don't know if I should ask the owner of this property if I can live in his house. He has a house on a 200-acre property, just like this one. It's instead of being 3 hours from my hometown, it's only an hour from my hometown. You need your first and last name and email. I would just scroll down a bit and then comment, and then I'll comment you an email. Affable Zombie, good luck, man. That's a crazy life. I hope that you have a stable place to live. You need a study. You need to have a study. You need to have a study in your house. And that's a workstation to gain and knowledge and to be able to express the knowledge on your workstation there. It's important. It's really important stuff. Danielle is a river. Danielle, I would really look into the exact spiritual meaning of the river Daniel and what exactly that river meant in Egypt. Daniel is a river. I would try to figure. There's something to that that's very important because it's an ancient African name. There's something in that that's pretty important to your purpose in life. Just like Casey means the tree of life, acacia. That all the African animals that usually fight each other, when the world gets too hot, they don't fight anymore, and they all rest under the tree. There's something with Danielle that's important because it's really important in my life. I even know a Casey who has a brother named Daniel, and I'm a Casey with a sister named Danielle. And when I was born, I lived in a triplex that my dad owned. And it was me, my dad, both of our last names are O'Brien, both of our middle names are Francis, and my sister Danielle came. And our first tenants were Brian, his son Brian, and his wife Danielle, and his daughter Kai. And their last name was an ancient African name that moved to Ireland, just like Casey and Danielle did. So it's important there. So Sammy is 120990. Sagittarius, Ophiuchus, 9 energy. 1819. Well, okay, there's a 9 there, so 27. 9, 18, 27, 28, 30, 31. You're a 4-9 Ophiuchus. Sag. Let's double check. 3, 12, 13, 22, 31. You're a 4 life path. Meticulous OCD order. When you look at your life from a bird's eye view, or just from an exalted perspective, looking into your life as if it was just floating in the infinite, you'll see that what you did is bring structure, bring order, bring change in a way that I'm seeing change. Change is really important. You're bringing change of some kind. 9 is that childish wisdom, childish nature, but very wise. World came at it, made you feel like there's something wrong with the world, makes you feel like you have to hold but it's orange, it's deep and orange. It's the deep score. That first couple weeks of Sagittarius is so much different than the last two, more so than most of the signs except for the Gemini-Taurus cusp. Gemini-Taurus cusp is just as different than the two, the way they blend together. You don't realize it, but when you're angled upward with your optimism, and you're always trying to hold this long light, which is golden, and the energy is always driving you upward. Oh, but it's condensed in the 4. You're alchemizing things into purity like all the time. Most of your thoughts are alchemizing purity, alchemizing things into purity. But you're doing so that's less chaotic and more structured, so it might have to do with the majority of your life. But Ophiuchus, as itself, is dealing with collective energies. Ophiuchus does not, it's the mix of Sag and Scorpio. It ends on the 17th, and it starts around like the 27th or something of November. It's this hidden 13th sign. And it deals with there's no element attached to it. You could say it's a Sag Scorpio, that it's a watery, fiery, but instead of Scorpio bringing it from the darkness into the light, it's just a constant. And then Sagittarius is more forward, moving like this, more outward like this, and Ophiuchus is upward, bringing everything upward. So you often find yourself going like this and just staring up at the sky like this, and you don't realize why you're doing it, but it's because it's pulling everything back into focus so you can feel like you can function and you like it. Like that feels like it's powerful energy, but you have that orderly sense to you that makes it so it's less chaotic and easier for the shooting upward. But I'm seeing that there's a more feminine aspect to it, that instead of bringing it all the way upward, you might have a Cancer moon, some type of Cancer energy. The energy, instead of going all the way up, I think you just keep it here in your stern focus bubble. But it's a lot of energy, and it's coming through, and it's like
constantly being shifted into a higher energy. You're taking emotional energy and you're creating it into a fiery, vivid, you might have Taurus. This is another cool reading. You have the power to extend your influence into a very large space outside of yourself. When you learn the way that you create by taking nothing and bringing all the energy together and then revitalizing it into this purity, you don't realize that you have the power to do it on a massive scale where you can make everything you can make everything brighter and bring this sense of focused bubble of creativity and extend it out as far as you can go and realize that your body is inside your own spirit. And when it's inside your own, because your body's inside your spirit is a much larger influence than you realize, and you're dealing with collective energies. Well, your creativity is bringing darkness and bad vibes and all this stuff, and it's churning. Instead of me, where it's like, all the way up, it's churning into this and folding in on itself. And it's not, there's no fire, there's no element attached to it. It's just raw, pure, etheric energy. You're churning energy into brighter and emotionless. You are a software update to you're a software update to your town or your home, your apartment complex, or a larger space than you realize, and you're only doing it on a small scale. You're here to be a software update because your natural thoughts are churning, but it's more like growth, like plants, like these plants made of like white, like a not like a white light, but it is like a whitish energy, and it's churning in and getting golden and then going back and churning. I think that's yin energy, right? Or is that yang? Use your meticulous creativity. And I think you're building a structure in your environment, in your community, to allow for the churning of energies into you're refreshing. So that when it goes back in, it's not making people you as much as it is making people closer to perfection. You're a metal horse. They're a metal horse. Horse is loyalty. You could say the spirituality about the horse. It is your year. That might be adding the power. The metal is the precision and discipline there. That's why it's more structurally focused and why it's more encapsulated and housed. That's where I'm seeing that housing here. But I'm trying to bring it to a greater level. If you haven't mastered, instead of shifting your energy, instead of what you can control, you've mastered your control and creativity in itself, and that's the white energy. That's the metal, the emotionless. That's okay. That's why it's going like this. Keep your optimism, keep your excitement for the future, your hope, keep your visions and your adventurous nature here, and your deep feelings, your emotional feelings that you got from a lifetime, like a childhood of suffering and abuse, that gave you that deep perspective so that you can keep rejuvenating. And what you're doing is just your natural day-to-day life with your focus. You're creating something that is refreshing here, but I think in the future you have the potential to be a stagnant node here that will change the area around you on a larger scale to be constantly refreshing. Instead of touching the purity and bringing it down, or bringing everything to purity, you're doing it smaller where it's purifying. You're purifying energies. Have your energy if they have a spiritual block. That's the metal snake, man. The spiritual block is self-inflicted. Metal snake, bro. Metal snake. Metal destroys creativity. She's only creating because she has that vivid Ophiuchus energy, and she's using the metal creativity to create a bubble that's housed inside of it so that her creative thing is stuck in the metal. And I think that's the horse in her. Like the snake makes it so precise. Creativity's really hard. But you're also very good
just searing through all the other people's energies. So when people come at you, that focus there, you can just shoot right through it. You can cut it. That's why before you said the spiritual attacks and all this stuff, I was telling you, use it as a sword, righteously, so that you are literally, when they come to do that shit to you, I'm teaching you the no and this. Your creativity is weaponized. Your creativity is focused and precise. Like, and if you watch Avatar, like Pian Dao, like I think if you haven't watched Avatar: The Last Airbender, definitely watch Avatar: The Last Airbender, because that will teach you about mastery over creativity. Watching Avatar: The Last Airbender, and when you get to season 3 with Pian Dao, you'll understand more how your creativity is supposed to be used. Definitely watch Avatar: The Last. Everybody needs to watch Avatar: The Last Airbender. It's one of the best shows on earth. What's it mean when in sleep you feel a heavy presence and it presses against you from behind? I felt it more than once, prayed for protection. Does it have a color? It's definitely demonic. It's definitely a bad thing. It's testing your boundaries. It's trying to fight you off. You don't feel it as emotionally as you do because of the Virgo, I think. The Virgo there. Because for me, it feels like an entirely invasive force just eating me alive. But I can see for you, because you have the stern Virgo here, it feels just more like a push, because you're experiencing it as emotionally, because you live in a whole different world there. I live in like Aquarius everything, Sagittarius everything. I can see it all, man. And it sucks because it's hard to be myself, man. It's hard to know who I am. But for you, it's the opposite. You know who you are and you're here, so the pushing feels more physical because you're more, you don't need the spiritual stuff. I would say imagine a white light of perfection around you. But you need to be grounded as well. Hold the grounding. Stay grounded and connected to nature. Keep your root chakra open. I think you're already pretty good at it. That stuff, it could be an imposing relationship. It could be your neighbor. It could be people having sexual thoughts about you. It could be an actual demonic entity trying to attach to you. I just keep a stern boundary. Nope. Instead of focusing on what I can control, I just learn over time to say no and push it out. I used to think about it as dominoes, so I would literally try to push the domino away, but then that created too much of a relationship. I would, before you go to bed, would have some type of frankincense, some type of high vibrational freshness in the space, getting more accustomed to freshness in your room. Like clean, you have to get the spiritual stuff out, you got to scrub your whole room, wash all your clothes, organize everything, clean the outside, build a garden on the outside, surrounding the whole place. And then nature will keep it fresh. So that extends and opens your consciousness, and then it's just boundaries, learning how to say no. Celibacy. That stuff usually comes in with lust. Every time you prayed, the feelings instantly vanished. Yeah, because you're cycling the highest purity in it, and that purity has boundaries that say no, and then the thing moves away. It's just spiritual discipline, keeps that stuff out, and then transitioning that spiritual discipline into your environment so that it stays there. Casey with the reading, what should you... Hold on, let me check it. What should you do? As a 4-9, you were 9, right? Yeah, 4-9. Nines, I really think that the best part about nines is that they're really here to enjoy life. You're here to enjoy life. But that stern creativity there, the focused, disciplined, meticulous OCD makes you very good at managing things. I would start off slow. I would work on your room, making it perfect. Then I would work on your living room and your stuff, making it perfect, organized and everything. Organized stuff. I always say to have a creative hobby in life. And then I think you'll be pushed towards adventures. And I think you have a deep love for your... Do you live in a city? Do you live in a city, Sammy? or you live in like a small town, but you're like downtown. Something you're doing has something to do with the environment around you, and that you being there is refreshing to everybody, and they're going to abuse that. But you're refreshing them, and you're keeping everybody alive. You're like a light in the darkness, and they're all NPCs. The people around you are NPCs. They're not real. They're living base lives where they're not connected to spirit at all. And you're doing all the work for them. You are refreshing the whole space. You're here to enjoy life and not let the bad stuff affect you so that you can be motivated and creative and have fun and go do things. You're there to just go walk around, and the high energy that you have is a blessing to everybody. And that righteous motivational fire, if you feel motivated and the fiery stuff, yeah, and you're just, you're the life of the party. You're there to go walk around and have fun. And you are leading by example. You are igniting the spark in other people. And it's some heavy shit. You do have to take care of yourself. You really have to take care of yourself. And I don't really want to get into this because it's really out there. But I have a feeling that all those other people are you, in a way. I think you're inhabiting those people. I think that's something you're doing. It's dealing with the whole community. They're becoming you, in a way, because they're empty inside. I think you are filling them up with the refreshness that you're creating, and that's going to spread across the city. And I think it has something to do with genetics. That everybody's going to be you when they go out into other communities and they mix together. The information that you're refreshing and bringing in is going to be spreading through the people in your community into other communities, and they're going to be mixing. So there are other people in other communities, other hoods and blocks. This is what Bloods and Crips is all about. Community revolution in progress. Influence and spreading. All you have to do is enjoy life and make sure that you're the best version of yourself. And you'll see that what you're churning. You're a light in the darkness. And the darkness isn't like dark waters. I mean that the people around you are empty. They're not even there. I died from COVID-19. Gain of function. What up, man? Bro, you eyes looking red. Sammy, you seem really cool. Would recommend for you. You're just there to enjoy life, man. Go on adventures. Go out to Colorado. Go take that retreat trip you're looking for. And you vaping, bro? I'm not high on drugs, man. I've just been talking for 4 hours. Did somebody else want a reading? The people I knew that would create that presence do not like to be clean. It will take your clean space after you clean it. Yeah, it's just keeping a aura of protection and then using that 4 energy. The 4 energy is law and order in the cities. It's about restructuring. She's bigger than she realizes. Who wants a life path reading, man? Yeah, I have all my donation stuff. I haven't done super chats yet, but I have all my donation stuff in my channel description. I'm trying to get my car paid off so I can do Walmart Spark delivery. I owe $840 plus registration and insurance. It sucks. Because every time I get some money, then there's a need that pops up where I gotta get I should probably get fuck you. I should probably get a circular saw and a drill that's rechargeable. I'm supposed to be building a garden. I'm supposed to be going to get rose bushes and lilac bushes. I have too much stuff. Spirit's telling me I've clogged up the energy here with all my shit. And I need to be getting rid of all my belongings. I have to be getting rid of all the clothes that I don't use and don't need. And I don't know where I'm supposed to go. I was looking for a place I could store my stuff. That's what I was praying for, was to store my stuff. But I also feel like this is a castle or a temple, monastery. The monastery dream is left. I no longer feel like I have to build a monastery here. I feel like I disappointed the owner somehow. I had a lot of potential, but I needed help, and nobody would help. So I was at an impasse. There was just nothing I could do myself. I didn't have enough money for it. You feel like wandering souls are coming in to get reconnected back to the light. Lightning struck. That's a pretty Cree thing to do, bro. That's a pretty Cree thing to do, man. Do you have tribal elders that can teach you about how to work with lost spirits? Because that is the ancient way, is that when you die, the light comes down and says, "Are you ready to go home?" And it shows you the contract. And if you say no, you get put in the field of lost souls. And if you stay there for too long and you don't go back to the light, you forget. But at the same time, they could be faking, trying to get your energy. I would take that stuff. If that's a calling you'd like to do, that would be going to the spiritual elders to learn the ceremonies. And I wouldn't be doing it in your house. I would be keeping that stuff out of your house so that you can have your safe space to rest. And I would do that stuff in a sacred space away. I wouldn't bring that stuff into your house, because your life would become chaos. You would be opening a doorway and you don't know what's coming through that doorway, and there's just different shit at all times. I would be keeping that's why I keep saying with the Virgo, make the structure. Maybe you're supposed to build a sacred space. I wouldn't be the sacred space until you have a space to do that. That's in a public for the spiritual stuff with training and everything. I wouldn't get into that, because you don't know what's coming. You don't know what's going to come through when you open that doorway, man. I think that push could be a calling, but I don't think your work should be done in your house, man. I think it's opening up a can of worms that you don't want crawling or in you and around you, man. I do think, though, that you're stern, because when you're getting into your house, you're leaving your sun sign and you're getting into your moon sign. Find out your moon sign. I think it might be a water sign or an air sign. No, because you're not feeling it vividly and spiritually. You're feeling the pressure of it with the knowledge. I think you're an air. I think you're heavy air. You pray and let Jesus handle it. Yeah, I mean that's what society has turned into. But back in the day, the native people did do it themselves. How can you find out? Astroseek.com. I used to charge people and I would do it for them, but what flavor vape? I have one that's raspberry peach lime, and then I just found one that's Pair of Thieves. I appreciate it, guys. ASTRO seek.com. Just look up free astrology chart online. On Google, free astrology chart. Christianity avoids all that completely, and it teaches you selflessness so that you don't fall into the energies of, and they sort of really define in trying to find the perfection instead of the vivid complexity of the cosmos. They make it very simple and organized in order, and they talk about the perfect. They try to find the perfect life, so that you don't have to do all that. Um, Pair of Thieves, yeah, but PEAR, it's pear flavored. You have Libra in your fifth house. I don't know anything about the fifth house. I know fifth house is Leo. You have Libra and Leo, which is like my dad's Leo Libra, and my that girl that was a Libra and her brother's name was Leo. Libra and Leo go together. It's balanced self. But the fifth house, sixth house is home and family. Fourth house is Cancer. Third house is Gemini. Second house is Taurus. First house is Aries. So you have Libra in Leo. What planet? What's the planet? I can do if you know the planet, I could do more with the planet. If you know what planet is in Libra in the fifth house. There's some things I'm honestly scared to even ask or know in general. Funerals, barely. Did you get a pink? Yeah, pink fur is a metal snake. Scorpio. 2 energy, I think. I think on the second. I think 6 life path. She's generating the energy into harmony and struggles with energies oppressing, needing to learn how to create with it and learning how to use the precision. And I said to let the focus move further from her, set further goals away so that she can have a more vivid emotional experience. And then in that vivid emotional experience that she has, learn how to create harmony and peace and balance in her daily life. Yeah, man, I grew up on a mountain with a room full of Legos in complete isolation. I'm an Aquarius moon in the 10th house. So when I'm by myself like this, when I'm in my alone time, when I enter my moon, I'm exalted in power with a just massive expanse of information. And I have a Scorpio Venus 7th house. Which means I should be traveling around getting bitches. 6th house is family intriguing. I know the 6th energy is home and family, but the 6th house is also Virgo. It's not exactly home and family, but it's more about structure and care. What are you waiting for? My brain to work right, to heal the PTSD, and to get enough resources to go do things so I'm not the homeless guy. And I want to get buff first. So it's less like selling myself. Like, I'm not a catch right now. I am a chunky, probably low testosterone from vaping. Incel soy boy. But that's not me. That's because trauma made me afraid to go on adventures. I used to be excited for life and always happy to go and meet people and tell jokes. And now I feel like I'm in a war zone constantly.
So I'm trying to grow back from. So I went through like the bad stuff. I'm trying to hold on to what I've learned, and I mainly just lay in bed. I got PTSD now. It taught me a lot about life and value in relationships, but I don't have the foundation and structure in my life to use it for anything cool. But eventually I would like to be. I just want enough money in my pocket at this point. I don't want to go on my adventures and be laying in the gutter anymore. I want to be going on adventures and doing cool shit. And I think I need money for that and structure. And I don't want to let go of I don't want to let go of all these albums that are weighing me down. I have a lot of songs that I'm holding on to, all the emotions and the narratives and stuff. I don't want to let them go yet. I want to hold on to what I've created in the pain. So I don't want to let go of the pain yet. So I don't forget the space, because I want to be able to create the space when I eventually have a studio. What is it like when family needs historical values patterned by a mind that does not wish to be there? What happens when you don't want to create the family story any longer? When family needs historical values patterned by a mind that does not wish to be there. You're talking about your family's legacy intellectually, and that they want to instill it in you to ensure that you're carrying the torch and keeping the branch growing, but you don't want to do that anymore. You have to be your own person and let the branch realize that it's more about extending their conscious ego over you. It has nothing to do with teaching you anything, because you already know it. It's not going away. They want to keep a hold on you. That information's not going to go. You're already an extension of your family. You can be whoever you want, let it go. And no matter what you do, it's already a part of you. It's already extending your family. Spiritually, any of your offspring will have the ability to access the ancestral wisdom. You don't have to do anything but ensure a better life for your children, and it will naturally extend. You don't have to do anything with the family values. When I stand up to cops, my grandfather speaks through me. I've never met my grandfather, but I know who my grandfather was, because I know he could be a piece of shit sometimes. He was a cop, and he hates when cops treat me like shit. I'm probably enduring the abuse he put on others, if I'm being honest. But my grandfather comes through me, and they can't touch me. When cops try to do their bullshit intimidation tactics, my grandfather is literally, he literally is living. Your ancestry is you. Like, the codes of your ancestry transmit through genetics. They can't touch me. And that's why they get violent with me. And my great-grandfather was in the war, teaching, training. People come at me, and on accident, somebody better than their drill sergeant. I'm technically descended from Brian Boru, and I've never met him, but I feel him. I mean, when family entangles to a different story, becoming not family, once the storyteller's gone, the story is as well. So have kids. I feel that, like, I feel to force my mom to write a book or sit down with my family and have them tell all the stories of their life, so that it can be recorded and accessed in the family for generations, so that people can go back and get to know their family. I'm trying to build a digital legacy for my family as well, because I want my great grandkids to get to know my mom and the good parts of her. So I'm trying to put them into TV shows. I'm trying to put the good parts that I liked about them and the bad parts. I'm trying to create a TV show with them in it so that my kids can see what I saw. I want to animate my dad standing up to the cops exactly as it happened, and then showing how he persevered even though he couldn't function, and how he still tried to make life better for me when he eventually would come back, and then how it contorted and took over and he became egotistical and he would attack me, and how I attacked him because I was going through so much in my life and he was just judgmental and negative, and I snapped because I was going through so much else in my life, and then I did exactly what he did to me when I was 14 at him, but more maliciously than he was. He was just freaking out about being homeless. I was angry at what he put me through. And at the end of the day, I'm grateful that it happened. It was the first fight I'd ever been in. It was just picking my dad up and dropping him, and then running out of the house with my Xbox and my TV and walking barefoot through negative degrees while my dad was playing chicken on the ice trying to slip and hit me. Or he was completely possessed. He would just he sped up to me on the road. He was just looking at me. And then he'd take off and spin around and drive back. And I don't know what the fuck that was. And then I got down the road a mile, and there was a guy with cancer hooked up to a machine. And he couldn't speak, and I had to fix his telephone, his landline, when my dad burst through the door screaming. He was having a heart attack. And I don't remember if I drove or he drove, but I just got back in the car and drove back to the house, and he was dying in the other room. And then the hospital, the ambulance, as I was explaining to the dispatch how to get up to where we live, then they already showed up. They were just trying to distract me. You are the tree. They are just living off me. When the tree travels too far, the animals don't remember why they lived on the tree. Suppose you create another tree for them to live on and you go free. I just wish for their tree to keep growing without me on the legacy they believe they can talk of. You have a family that's dependent on you, and you wish they were self-sufficient and functioning enough to live life themselves. And I can really relate to that. My family's all on disability and Section 8, and they haven't come at me in a positive way since I was 19. They work against me. They try to hurt me. It's not your responsibility. And I've found that when you leave them to their own devices, they tend to figure it out for themselves anyway. And that there is a kingdom of heaven. And the things that they do in this life are and go on forever. The life that they live is a creation in itself. They don't need to create something. They are something. So then it just becomes a disappointment that they didn't turn out the way that they expected or you expected. But I have faith that it always turns out exactly as expected. And no matter what you try to do, it always ends bittersweet. I tried to give them the means to fix their life. I got my aunt a treadmill. Tried to encourage my mom to write a book. Gave my dad a cat to keep him company. Taught my cousin how to do push-ups. I tried to make songs with John Michael. At least I took him from his life and I brought him to a mountaintop with a lake on it, and I tried to sit with him all night, free him from his addiction. He threw a temper tantrum and ripped up all my shit and farted in my car. Then he got literally possessed and I saw blue aliens controlling him. Then a moose came out, and while he was passed out, he went, "That's me. That's me." And I'm staring at a fucking moose, staring at me, and he's going, "That's me. That's me." This fucking 20-year-old kid. And every time the demons would jump into him, it smelled disgusting. He wanted to do things his own way. Facts. There's only two people here. Where'd everybody go? Now there's nobody here. Well, JC, you're talking to Casey right now. 18 plus 13. No, 18 plus 12 is 30. So that's 1, 3, 3. And I'm Casey, born in the 11, 33 life path. And your name, the initials is 3 JC 133. I think God is like a parent, right? Like the universe is like parenting us. We do stuff and it tries its best, but it doesn't control us as much unless we ask it for advice or ask it to lead us. But ultimately what we do as kids is up to us. Maybe Christians are a bunch of mama's boys, you know? A bunch of hall monitor mama's boys that try their best. Supposedly God came into earth to tell people that made religion. The whole point of Christianity is that God came here to be like, you guys fucking suck. I'm your dad and you suck. But I love you. You get what I'm saying? Like, even God was like, this shit sucks. And that's not what it could be better. But you've made it suck. They said that the world got so bad that God showed up in human form just to tell us, you guys fucking suck. Good night. Is JC still here? I doubt on a temper tantrum. He's being pissy somewhere else. Like, the answer for the cruel world hypothesis is that God fucking hates us too. He hates what we do, but not us. Christianity is saying that God came in the flesh to tell us we suck. And then show us how it's done. And then go back up. You know? Religion sucks. But at least they admit that they suck. I'm gonna clip that.
Let me read it. Hold up. Yeah, they have forgotten that has spoken word was spoken well for them when they didn't own it, but they sometimes have time to learn of the goodness. They keep choosing to take the upper hand. Relatable. Pride games because they don't take accountability and make a change in their own life. Lead by example. And I think with people like that, when you have a lot of leeches, you have to leave them behind and lead by example, and you'll find that the change you were trying to make in their life actually comes to fruition better after you've left them behind and they can't get access to you anymore. So all they see is themselves in you and the light that you shine by example, and that creates more change than an that doesn't go for parents and their kids, that goes for kids for their parents. That leaving them behind and leaving by example doesn't apply to parents with kids. Are you going to continue to work on your spiritual path, like learning more and reading more? Eventually. I'm putting myself in church and I don't like it. I don't like church because of the people. But I don't get anxious when I go to church. God gives me this confidence when I go there. Maybe, or I say God, it's just whatever it is. I don't feel anxious when I go to church, but I know that I'm crazy and retarded. And there's just too much energies going around. Too many people are doing shit in there. Nobody talks to me. They ignore me. They treat me like dirt. I stay in the church until it ends, and I stay after the church, and I just sit there by myself, and nobody comes to talk to me. And I don't really have anything to say to them either. They don't like me. They don't care. They're the answer to my prayers, and they don't care. I'm holding a phone up pointed at my face, and there are 8 people staring at it, bro. And I just want to get buff and have money in my pocket and go into a club and learn how to dance without being ripped apart. I want to have some type of energy that is not able to be touched, so that my life is just like walking around invigorating it, like fiery motivating everybody, and that they can't touch it. And I want to look and be the part as well. Less about creating a character and more just about, taking care of myself. Not really looks maxing as much as just being the best version of myself. And then I'd like to meet attractive girls that are young, like my age, or like 20 to 24. Probably 20 to 22, because that's where I'm at mentally after the brain injury and homelessness. I'm like a 20-year-old. So I'm trying to find people that are 20 and get in there and be 20, because I had my 20 stolen from me. So before I'm 30 and I have to be an adult, I want to be 20.
But I also feel like I'm an ancient king incarnated to lead an army to victory, and I have to systematically be creating things that change the collective consciousness and heal the world. So I have to find a middle ground between them, and I think Reckless Ben really inspired me. I like the way that he lives his life. A YouTuber that creates things that impact a lot of people. But also outside of the videos is pretty much free and has a lot of money and can do whatever he wants and go on adventures and live. But I'm not trying to be lazy like Aiden Ross and iShow. Even iShow Speed works out a lot and he travels and does great things. I don't want to be like Aiden Ross where I get a bunch of money just to sit on it. I want to live, man. Well, we can't figure. You speak in riddles, man. We can't figure out how to not smoke out the house with water. Everybody thinks it's a cigarette. So you talking about emotional energy? You're talking about spiritual energy there? All your 20s are gone. You're going to be 37. You're going to be 37? Come on, man. From life, and usually the universe will find it if you, as long as you get up, motivated and inspired and ambitious, optimistic, and you just do it every day. I think you, usually, as long as you're making consistent daily progress and you're growing, having a bucket list and experiences that you'd like from life, and you have those there, your your daily life, as long as you have it written out, your mind goes and is pulled towards those experiences that you want out of life when you write them down, and you start to create, like, your life tends to pull and be more pulled towards those things that you want from life, and it tends to happen. So whatever experiences you were looking for 20, I'm seeing you at a, I'm seeing you go, I'm seeing you at a watering, like a waterfall swimming hole, and you're jumping in, and you're excited for life. There's a lot of people there that are all just having fun, and you're able to have fun. Whatever you need to get that is where I would start. An SUV with good mileage, money in your pocket. Just throw yourself into those adventurous places. Taking a retreat where you go with like a group of people, and you don't have to tell them how old you are. Tell them you're 30. As long as you're not fucking kids. Who cares? As long as you're not lying about having STDs. As long as you're not, I don't care if people say that they're 37, they say that they're 30 just to be more socially acceptable in a social group. As long as you're not lying about STDs and you're infecting people, as long as you're not using it to try to groom minors, who cares? There's like these adventure cruises. I forgot what it's called. Was it where you pay like $8,000 for like basically like a field trip that you would take in school, except you go like across Europe with like a group of people that all paid for those adventures, and you live on a cruise, and then they take you to tons of different cities and places like that, and then when you're there you meet the locals, you have fun, you find community and stuff, and then maybe you want to go back, and then you go there for 3 months. If you're 37 and you had a kid when you were 20, your kid's almost 18. And then maybe next time around, you ask if you can be hired to lead those things, and then you can do it for free, where you take other people on those adventures. And then your life becomes traveling around the world. And you're getting money, so you just, in Europe, you're making more money in Europe over the American dollar. You're making for the same time, you're getting paid more because the euro is stronger than the dollar. So you could just, if your kid ages out, whatever, and you're living on the cruise, so send the money for rent or bring your kid along and then hook up with their friends because they're adults now. I don't know. There's no one way to live life. Fortune favors the brave. The more brave you are in your life for what you want, the more the universe works in your favor. Makes it easier. The only thing I ever really needed my mom for was help. Which is funny because all she does is scream, "He needs help! He needs help! He needs help!" And I'm like, yeah, but you never asked me what type of help I needed. Like I think the best help my mom ever did for me really was letting me, when she would eventually, the handful of times that she picked me up from the retreat to go let me watch YouTube videos and be away from the strict abusive staff members. And when she would meal prep for me, where she would cook chicken and rice and stuff so I could not have to stress out about meal prep when I was couch surfing. She would use her food stamps to pre-make me a bunch of meals and burritos and stuff. And that really helped me a lot in life. I really needed her to give me that portable power station. But she coveted it. I would have about 20,000 subscribers right now if I had that portable power station. Back when I was at Vivek's cabin. And I needed, back then, the PTSD and shit, I needed the phone going so that I could record and live stream me fixing up the property. Because when the phone was turned off and I was left there by myself, all I had was the PTSD in survival mode, and I couldn't function. I had to hide in the tent and just lay there. Essentially, I needed to lay there. It taught me a lot about spirituality and a connection to nature. But I would have done a lot more in 2024 if I had that portable power station. Eventually, I was able to save up enough with Demon Hunters donos that I was able to get in 2025. I was able to have a lot of portable power stations and then ride my bike down the hill to charge at Our Lady and then walk back up, which is how people knew that I would send it down the hill. So they knew that when I was at McDonald's, if they just twisted the bike brakes really quickly before they went into the McDonald's, they knew I would crash. Because they saw me ride my bike and not use the brakes. So they knew if they twisted the brakes off, I wouldn't check them. Ever see a rabbi eat a hot dog? Nope. She's the one who needs help. For real. She's been left alone so long, she decided it's by choice, but in reality, nobody wants to be around her because she makes people sick. And then sometimes she'll break down and be like, I can't be around you because I'm too sick and I would infect you. And I'm like, at least you see it. And she prays for an A-frame cabin. And I guarantee you the opportunities have been there for her. I guarantee you somehow it's found a way, like in passing when people drop off her Instacart meals. Maybe somebody mentioned something and that guy was supposed to lead her to a property that would allow her. At this point in her life, with the Section 8 and that she never leaves the house, she doesn't have a car. She's built a reputation of never leaving the house. She knows how to manage her Section 8 apartment. She could go on homesteads looking for helpers. She could find a homestead that needs a gardener or somebody to watch a farm and take care of the animals. And she could say, hey, And then she could just message Grandpa and be like, hey, I just want a plane ticket to go out there and stay on the farm for 3 months. You're welcome. One 1967. She's born on a 7 day. She's a genius. She's intellectually creative. She's an Aquarius. She's fucking weird. Very creative and funny. 1967. 6-7. 13. 22. 23. 30. 31. She's a 4-7 Aquarius. Her last name is Marshall. And 4 is Law and Order. But her original name is Dick her son, which means descendant of a king. And that her dad's name was Michael, but her stepdad's name was Richard. And her last name literally means son of Richard. Descendant of Richard. And Richard is her stepfather's name. She's an Aquarius and her name is Victoria. Of Donald Trump. An air sign rounding whether he'll be the ruler of the world and win, or whether the ruler of the world will defeat him, or whether he's the ruler of the world and gets defeated. Victoria Dicker's son. Will she constantly gaslight and support the police trying to hurt him? Will she let the victory, the kid who called me a fag and fucking body slammed this 5th grader and held him in a chokehold, and he was crying and screaming, but she's like, you're not gonna fucking make my son cry? Will she finally realize what the cops did to me and stand up to the cops, or will she let the cops win? There's a June bug in my, that's my mom. Who's that reading? That's my mom. And what's funny is that we're talking about a lawsuit, and her middle name is Sue. That I'm trying to get justice for the excessive force, and I need somebody who can research this stuff and actually do it and help me. And her little name is Victoria Sue Marshall. Victoria Sue Marshall. Victory in a lawsuit against the police. Is she going to stand up to the people who abused me or not? It's literally why you're here on Earth. You're here to sue the cops and get a lot of money because of your relentless narcissistic creativity and ability to actually gaslight and control people instead of weaponizing it against your son. Oh, it's got in. Instead of using it against your son, why don't you use it against the people who hurt him? It got in. $1 billion. I could get so much money for what Morristown did to me. It was excessive force. They violated my 4th Amendment right. They hadn't properly identified me. They neglected care. They wouldn't tell me they called an ambulance. They tried to entrap me into resistance. I eventually resist and I spit, but that regardless doesn't stop what they did. Also the harassment and staged mental health crisis. Threatening to do what they did to me last time if I didn't answer what day of the week it was. We could sue Lemoyne County Mental Health. We could sue the police station. But I can't find a lawyer who will do it. But maybe she could. Things like this tend to happen easier when it's somebody else advocating for you. People are more inclined to help when it's somebody asking somebody to help somebody else than it is for somebody to ask for help themselves, I found. Why did I come out here? Can you all remember why I came out here? I can't remember why I went out there. I'm gonna piss out this door. What got in? Something got in. It was a June bug. There's a June bug in here. Oh, the rain. I have a tarp over the leak in the roof, and it got in. I'm gonna mute so I can piss. I said I'm getting my trailer trash shirt and I'm gonna go to the gym. Because I need my energy drink. Because I need to shower. Because I know at this point if I don't shower, because it's been like 4 days, 5 days, I'll start to get a rash. It's 60 miles to go to the nearest shower. The nearest gym and shower available is a 60-mile round trip. So it's 30 miles away, 30 miles back. I get 23 per gallon, $4 a gallon, let's say $4.50 a gallon. So it's like $13 to go to the gym. Plus 45 a month. And I gotta pay this woman. I don't know. I didn't read her message yet. She could be saying, fuck you, I'm not giving you the fucking car for free. I'm gonna repo that bitch if you don't figure some shit out. And I'll have to be like, that is very fair. I found that if I sit by myself long enough, I can delude myself into a reality I'm comfortable with and sort of be humble. I could definitely be humble, but sort of be authentic. Like, I don't know how to live like you guys live, but I can at least be something that functions. That tree fell. I think that tree I would have heard the lightning if it struck, but that tree definitely fell over. That was not as overhanging as much. It's probably a tree branch that fell from the wind. Hope we get started with everything. I have my Hawaiian. No, that's my Viking berry. I have my Monster Energy drink. I have a half a tank of gas, so it usually takes a quarter tank of gas to get a trip down. So I'm gonna leave because I haven't listened to any tarot videos in a long time, and when I feel pulled like this, I know that I've got messages for the future. So, like, spirit team's gonna heal me for some reason. So, everybody, if you can hear me, it's really important this week that you finish off what we should have done in Taurus season. I've been telling you guys since March, you need to focus, and I'm doing it too. The structural foundation of your environment is really important for how your mind works. If you let shit just sit in your room and it's messy, if you let shit just sit around, it's doing things in your brain. When you leave that shit there and you know it shouldn't be there, you're leaving bad shit in your own mind, and then you don't function properly. Really take the time for the rest of this week to organize and clean everything. Because the good stuff that's coming for you can't come for you if there's stuff blocking it. So please, for me, man, fucking clean your room, clean your house, organize the space, build the garden, build the little trellis thing, build the cool shit around, make it nice. Because it leaves a lasting impact, and it does a lot more for reality itself than you realize to take care of your shit. The most important thing right now is organization. And that's something I need to work on, and I'm doing. I'd also say, once that's organized and everything, getting rid of a lot of shit you don't need, because a lot more shit is coming that needs to fill that space. And with that, I would just say, if you're poor, visit a food shelf and try to get as much protein as you can. Like, this is a time of accumulating a lot of resources this year, because next year we're going to be transitioning. We're going from a 1 year to an 11 year. We're going from Capricorn to Aquarius for the year. We're going from green and red to black and blue and bright white. We need the structural foundation to leave it behind and transcend into really high vibration, and then we're coming down to ride this grace that's coming in 2028. You got to be taking care of your shit right now. This year is all about having fun building things. That's all it is. That's all this year really is getting your karma, having fun and building things. All we have to do is build a garden this year. And you'll find that everything that you do this year has all the positive things you do this year, man, has really huge impact. Really huge, like really quick karma. Happy Pride Month, just wanted to recognize you. I don't know anything about the LGBTQ. All my information about LGBT is coming from the one trans person in my chat. I'm straight and I'm a sex addict. Like, I think God had to give me a brain injury because I wouldn't stop, like a serial killer, hunting down and going on dates. No, bro. I have severe PTSD. I'm really traumatized. All I think about is women all day. I was a sex addict. I would wake up with my girlfriend, have sex, not come, because in 2 hours I had to go an hour north to hook up with my ex, not come, so that by 2 o'clock I could be an hour and a half away from my hometown to go on a date with another girl. And then I would come back to my ex, and then I'd go out with my friends to the marina, and there would be girls there. And then they would be the girls would like me. So then while we were drunk and high, I'd just pick one up and swim her over like a koala on my fucking
on my chest. I'd swim us over to the fucking beach. And then I'd cry and go, I want to see I love my girlfriend. Don't tell her. Don't tell her. Don't tell her what happened. Then I'd go back. You're gay for telling dudes in the chat. You come in detail, bro. Gay. No, how you respond to it is gay. My audience is 90% women. Oh, sex addict. How do I become an effective sex addict? You stop being a soy boy, beta male, incel, ugly piece of white trash. You let all the white shit go. Stop being a troll and go actually suffer in life for once, you privileged fucking loser. You got over bad breakups. You want to get into the game? You want to get back to the game? You can't expect anything from anybody. If you need something from somebody, nobody wants to be around that shit. You need to live a life independent and live a life that's so fun other people will want to be a part of it, and not expect anything from anybody and not want anything from anybody. You have to be independent and live life fun, and regardless of who comes into your life, you're going to be enjoying your life, and you have to be ambitious. Even if the ambition is just, I want to go have fun, you have to live a life. And once you're living a life, then you're welcoming other people into your life. What is the meaning of life? To give life a meaning. And at the end of the day, you'll realize that you were created for a purpose. And I literally run a kind of a business because I've studied all the theosophies of the world, and I know the common denominator between them is a pattern created by God. What's your birthday, Aaron? We'll do a life path reading, then we'll go. Aaron, I'll do if the service is right, if I'm coming in clearly, Aaron, post your birthday, and I'll do a reading on you, and you'll be like, what the fuck? And then I'll go to the gym. What does a man gain from his toil under the sun? Respect. What's your birthday? You're Jewish? Totzenberg? 9687. 30. It's like the third person today that adds up to 30. Yeah, I talk about all the sex I've had, and now everybody's here. 7 and 9 is 16, 22, and 8 is 30. It's 30, man. And your AA is 11, 3. That's KC. The same fate that overtakes the fool will also take the wise. So what good is it to be wise? The decisions you're able to make and the impact you can have on others. Bill Clinton was an ambitious sex addict, and Bill Clinton got a lot of bitches. Isn't that what you want in life? Then he became a Freemason and started fucking kids because he got too rich that it became boring, so he started doing New Game Plus and starting to try to get some forbidden DLCs. He got bored. He got bored of the Monica Lewinskys, so he went for their children. Somebody post their birthday. I want to do a life path reading before I go to the gym. Somebody post your fucking birthday, bitch. I'm jazzed. Come on, man. Post your birthday. Or I'll leave because I got to go to the gym. 82391. What up, Sarah? 23, you're a Virgo Leo cusp. Very stern, attractive energy right there. Very easy to be very manipulative and power hungry, but you've mastered yourself and you no longer struggle with the issues of self and who am I and what is, you're not really imposing your will on others. You found a way to balance that creativity with that nice, warm, sweet red and green vibe of the end of summer right there. It's a great energy, bro. Let's see, 91. You're a 5 life path, so you're attractive. Your life is constant change, and you love that constant change, and you manage it. Primarily, your energy is best when you're in momentum and you're doing things in your day-to-day life. You probably drive a lot. Or you're taking places with the 5 energy. Man, there's not a lot of advice for the Leo Virgo cusps, because they know what they're doing, they know who they are, they know what they want to do in life. I would just say find a healthy mix of not pulling all the energy towards you and not pushing your energy out so much to be influential, and learning how to just be there in yourself, and it has nothing to do with other people. And then you'll find that you're the most attractive person everywhere you go. Everybody wants a piece of you. And I think that usually people like that get really abused, and they get forced into isolation because everybody's jealous. So then they strive for some creative thing to show the world that they deserve to exist. And you can find that in many ways, like a gym membership, getting a home gym in your house, getting back to feeling comfortable. 823s are people that I feel are like they are given an easy life, and the only thing they have to deal with is jealousy. People are jealous of you, Sarah. People are jealous of you, Sarah. For real. Unless you got too comfortable and you got fat as fuck. And that's fine. But you're supposed to be embodied. You're supposed to be, your existence is a role model for people to show them to do better in their own life. If you let it get too much to your head, if you fall too far into Leo and you get too selfish and that's bad. If you get too far into Virgo and you become really meticulous and too sentimental and too kind of selfless to be a supporting role. Also, those are two very strong, stern, fixed signs. Even though people say Virgo's mutable and all this, Virgos still move slowly through life. So I would say to get up and take risks and go further than you thought would be normal. Push your limits, push your comfort zone to go out there. Because you will tend to want to be right here all the time, and you don't move as much as you should. So I say to them to go out and adventure. To sort of bring that, and that's why the 5 is there. The 5 is taking that Virgo. Okay, I see. Okay, let's do your life path. So you're 35, I think. Or you will be 35 this year. 8, 23, 91, 10, 13, 14, 23, 32. You're a 33 life path. Sarah, you're a 33 life path. Let me double check. 10, 19, 20, 23, 25. You're a 33 life path, Sarah. You actually, sorry, I didn't know I was in the presence of a god. I'm really hyping Sarah up here. 33 life path is the hardest life path, the easiest life path to lose. You have an overwhelming responsibility. You feel completely selfless, which is why you were given the gift of being an 823, because you actually feel like you don't deserve to exist, and you're this sweet, sentimental little kid that the world is constantly abusing, and all you're trying to do is save it, and you feel called with this ancient wisdom to create solutions to help people, and the way that you do that is by perfecting yourself. You're the embodiment of leading by example and then just sitting on the throne as a queen. The way you heal the world is by healing yourself. You're making an impact just by existing, but you have to take care of yourself and push your limits and be the best version of yourself. And you'll be going up and down the mountain, 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 because you're an ascended master. You're the oldest soul of all the life paths. It's the oldest energy. You're probably from Lyre. You probably resonate with cats pretty heavily, because we're cats. We're like cat people from a cat system somewhere, supposedly. And we spent a lot of time on Earth to make it better. And this is our final test. And if we don't pass, we're just stuck repeating the same thing over and over again in cycles, constantly. Your life is a Truman Show. The people around you are literally heavily orchestrated. Almost as if nothing is real ever. because you're constantly being tested, constantly being worked on, constantly challenged, constantly humbled, constantly betrayed, constantly harvested, constantly suffering. And you might not have it as much as me because of the strong sense of self here. That you have a strong sense of self that might make it harder for people, and you might be more like a gas station here where you're just invigorating everybody and healing stuff. But the main thing is that your mission in life is to change the entire world. And usually die during it. It sucks. 33 life paths suck. It's a challenge. You have to watch Beau is Afraid. It'll help you understand your life. BAUW is Afraid. That'll help you. It'll start to click when you watch through it. It'll be like, what? Why did you make me watch this? It's my life because we're the stars of the show. 33 life paths are like we're like the gladiators. Like, we're on TV. The whole universe is watching what we're doing. The whole universe is watching what we're doing. We're much bigger than we realize. We're much more important than we realize because we're selfless little kids. We don't realize the impact that we're making on the world just by existing here. And nobody will ever appreciate us until we're gone because they naturally take for granted what we have and what we offer to the world selflessly. It sucks. But you've got, 1211 is great, but 823 is like astrologically perfect. It's the very end of summer. It's gonna be a tough life, bro. It's not your last time on Earth. If you fail. If you win, you become all of these people's guardian angel. Like, if I win this and I die, I will be the things that are helping me. There's tons of 33 life paths that have ascended, like Jesus when he died at 33 on the cross. You don't have the psychotic vision. You're here just more to embody a change somehow. But 33 life paths, you're supposed to be making a change in the world. You gotta look into it, especially because you were called here and I gave you this information. It's very important for your life. Look into 33 life paths. Don't let it get to your head. Don't overlook it or see it as something simple. It's a huge deal. It's terrifying. And it's all about just being the little kid. It's all about just being the little kid. The divine child. The enlightened ascended master who came here as God's son. That's just an archetype. I'm not saying we're Jesus, but I'm saying that that's closer to what it's like. That we're here to bring something here to change the collective consciousness, and if you don't, that means your life is heavily challenged and you have a recurring cycle of behavior constantly, because you have to learn. It's a school. You're learning something and you're constantly challenged for a reason. I am standing up to bullies. My life is standing up to bullies and being raped by their influence, and I have to learn how to systematically fight back against influence and destroy Masons. And do it in a way where it's just by having fun, being free, and building small things to help the world. And then eventually I'm going to be rampaging through the world with an army. I don't know what you're doing. The other 33 life path I know stays on Venice Beach, and she's a Scorpio. And the energy's so vivid and overwhelming for her, she's literally transmuting Venice Beach the whole time. Just, and she doesn't even realize she's doing it. That her being there is literally helping Venice Beach every single day. And she's just having fun being nerdy at the skate park with the boys, because she likes the boys. And she's like a nerdy, loves anime, fat African woman. I think she's like 28 now. But she was out there just being nerdy with the skate. And she doesn't realize the huge impact that she's having on the entirety of Venice Beach, which Venice Beach is where everybody goes. She's been planted and she's changing the energy of Venice Beach. If you put my journey on a map, from where I started to where I ended and then back to where I am, it's the literal Celtic tree of life, Acacia. When I say it's a movie and a creation, every one of these small towns that I went to had a Casey, a Ray, a Vincent, an Alex, a Gary, a Vicky, a Leo, a Libra, a Loki. Everywhere I go on the internet is Casey, Rocket, Adam Ray, Kai Cenat and Ray. Casey, whose name is Frank, worked with OB to defeat Casey Kang the Conqueror, where Loki, or nature, became the tree of life, or the Acacia. Call Me Carson goes by Gary. My dad's name's Gary. And he had a dog named, he had a developer whose name is Loki, but goes by Code Husky, and I dated a girl who had a dog named Loki who was a husky, and then the symbolisms in her life heavily, and then every town I go to has these names. Like Casey Winterson invites me to do public speaking and my car gets stuck in the snow. I have to call Ray's Towing. I go out South Hero and I build a parking lot program, and Ray the cop is mad, so I have to get a shed, and then Casey gives me a shed. I go down to Randolph, my car breaks down. It's 11:33 on the clock. Somebody tried to kill me with a baton when I had my Kundalini awakening, and I had to fight him off, throw him on the ground laughing and chase him out. Do a barrel roll, get up and slam on his window. And then the whole town came at me because even though he was a drug dealer piece of shit abusing his wife, I was now the bad guy. So then the only people that helped me was Casey and Ray, and Casey's brother's name is Daniel and my sister's name is Danielle. Every single town, when I went to Ludlow, Aaron and Dan and the O'Neills and the O'Connors and the Tears and all these people were the staff members, and the kids' names were all Vincent, Gary, Noah, Michael, the same names everywhere. And then the girl I had a crush on was named Erin, E-R-I-N. And then when I got out and I went to the retreat, when I go on visits, I would watch Game Grumps all day, and then I'd watch a guy named Evolution Daily who's Aaron. His name is Aaron. So it's just over and over again. And Game Grumps is Dan and Aaron. Just over and over again, those thematic names constantly cycling. It's not schizophrenia. When you do it and you do the pattern, it's the tree of life, and all those different nodes in the tree of life are the same exact names everywhere. It's bigger than you can imagine as a 33 life path. It's a story that you're living inside. It's a movie, and you're a protagonist that you don't even realize what you're here for. And Beau is Afraid is literally Beau Waterman, who's a Taurus, and I'm a Sagittarius, Aquarius, the water bearer, Taurus rising. 11:33, Beau lived in room 303. As soon as he gets into his room, after you see the 11 symbolism everywhere, two things placed next to each other the entire movie, and it's by Ari Aster, AA11. When he gets into his apartment in room 303, the first thing he pulls out is O''Loha, the best of Hawaii and Ireland. And I watched that the day I wrote the song Hawaii, when I was performing it at the 33rd annual Celtic Music Festival. And then the guy there, my boss, Eric, didn't believe in the names. And then the first person he introduces me to is Eric. And then the first time he goes and buys me a burger, there's a guy with a cowboy hat when Eric is telling me how he used to work at a ranch. There's a guy in a full Western costume sitting behind him, staring me down like this. And I go, who the fuck is that guy? And he's like, oh, I see him at the bar. His name's Eric. And I was like, you're telling me you don't believe the names, but when you're telling me about the ranch, the guy dressed up like a cowboy staring me down is named Eric, and the first person you introduce me to is Eric? And then here, when we did Corpus Christi, nobody believed the names. When I was like, what's your name? And the guy goes, Ray. And then I'm like, what are you wearing? And he's like, Knights of Columbus, the KC everywhere. I was like, you see? And then they didn't believe it. And I was like, who's this? And then a girl pulls up and is praying at the cross. So I go talk to her, and then I introduce her to everybody for Corpus Christi. And I invited her to Corpus Christi, and she goes, hi, I'm Christy. And then everybody was like, and they just fucking got mad at me. And then I go into the church, and I'm telling everybody at the church about how Brian keeps showing up in my life. Brian. And then a guy walks in, and then everybody's eyes go, and the guy goes, hi. I was like, hey, what's your name, man? And he goes, Brian. And I was like, I'm trying to show you. You're making it about me and my own personality and all this garbage with ego, and you're not seeing God's hand trying to wake you up. About divine orchestration in the present moment, and how you can pay attention to themes and motifs to get an understanding of the overlying narrative, so you can get to know why you're actually here in that moment, so that you can understand that and break through that barrier and get a higher level of awareness and connection to God. Literally, I'm a tree teaching you how to grow up into the heavens. That's my fucking name. Exalted on a hill in power is my last name. That's what it means. I'm on a mountain. Schizo Casey clip. So what I'm trying to tell you, Sarah, is that you're special, man. You're special and you're here for a purpose, and it's going to be terrifying and terrible, but it's beautiful. And you've obviously been given gifts to make that easier for you. You're the master influencer, and you're a Leo Virgo cusp. 33 life paths are the master influencers. That's why all I feel is like I'm being raped by energies all day. I'm learning how to heal that and defend against that as a protector. Lightning struck. It's time to go. Take care of yourselves. I'm gonna go take a shower. Get this rash